It is 7:00 p.m. May we please have the roll call?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Risto.
Here.
Councilmember Hudas.
Here.
Councilmember Bajami.
Here.
Vice Chair Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Sayak.
Here. Thank you. With the quorum, the meeting will now come to order at 7:00 p.m. Welcome and good evening, everyone, to tonight's council meeting of April 6, 2021. Before we get started, I'd like to remind the board and attendees of some procedural items for this meeting. Please remain muted when you're not speaking. If any of our attendees would like to speak with us tonight, you will have an opportunity after each agenda item, as well as an opportunity during public verbal communications where you can speak on anything that's not on the agenda. We have several items that we are going to be discussing and voting on tonight, and we'll take each agenda item one at a time. But before we do so, we do have certain presentations that we will do tonight. The very first is an exciting one where we get to meet our proposed poet laureate. Her official welcome will be through our consent agenda. But if I can, I would like to introduce, actually, Director Baker. I'm trying to see if he is online, if there's any formal introductions. But Jen, I would like to welcome you to our council meeting. And introduce you to our council as well as those that are attending and viewing. And I know that tonight you have 2 poems that you would like to share with us, but most importantly, we just want to welcome you and thank you for bringing your art to our beautiful town.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sayak, and thank you so much for the Los Gatos Poet Laureate Selection Committee. I am honored and grateful for this evening and for my 3-year term. I can't wait for it to begin. So I've thought long and hard about what I wanted to present tonight for a poem to launch National Poetry Month, which is the month of April, my favorite month of the year. And I decided on writing a poem about one of my favorite places and events in Los Gatos, which is the farmers market. It's something that brings me so much joy and I think really encapsulates what the town really means to me and to so many other individuals. Sunday Farmers Market, Los Gatos, California. Route 17 winds through mountains, a beast scratching its back and roaring on every curve. I take the turnoff into downtown's drowsy morning's arms, park by rural hardware's display of wheelbarrows and radio flyer wagons. First stop, almond croissants and frittata layered with zucchini and pine nuts still warm in their paper trays. A basket of black figs that my mother swoons over, fava beans singing to be pureed, and my beloved soup, fool, if only I could replicate my auntie's recipe. I hum to a guitar played by a long-haired man who eerily resembles a crush from my freshman dorm. My sons in their 2 big sun hats twirl and clap with 5 fingers spread. The younger attempts to steal quarters from the open guitar case. He wasn't talking when I last used a coin. In line for strawberries, my stroller among other strollers, and the whining begins until I remind them they'll receive their taste. My eldest rinses each one at the fountain, slides his mask to his chin, bites the white caps with front teeth. At Oaxacan tamales, the woman smiles like we spend Christmas together. I buy half a dozen with smoked mole that I craved when I was in labor. Peeling back those banana leaves, I remember in Mexico when traveling was allowed and the spices were so vibrant that my mouth shattered with joy. Framed by lilies and gerbera daisies, I boast the plant lady that my succulents have doubled since last spring. She gives me a deal on 2 more. I joke to her, we've all grown this past year. At least the plants have never been happier. Beneath this rainbowed umbrella sky, I taste home. I'm not a farmer. The most I harvest are tomatoes, weeds. But here, flour transforms into yeasty warmth. Seeds blossom into fleshy fruit, and we are all fed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. That was wonderful. And just looking at the smiling faces of my council colleagues, I know that they appreciated it as much as I did. So thank you very much. And for those that are viewing in the public, we are lucky to have Jen with us for the next 3 years, and we are definitely blessed with your talent. So I look forward to the many poetry you will share. This month is Los Gatos Poetry Month. We do have a proclamation that we normally present when we are in person, but we are doing that virtually. And we look forward to the many poetry that you will inspire among not only our residents, but all the youth that you will be touching. Council members, would any of you like to say anything to welcome Jen? Okay, yes, Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. And I had the opportunity to read the poems that were enclosed in the packet, and I just have to tell you how delighted I was, particularly the poem "The House." The images were just brilliant, and I want to thank you for what you're doing, and proud that Los Gatos recognizes you and that your talent is local to our community. So thank you very much for delighting us.
Thank you so much. Really honored.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. I didn't mean to speak.
No, I just wanted to thank him. I'm very touched.
Councilmember Badami.
That was a treasure to listen to you. And all I can say is I'm looking forward to hearing more of your poetry. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Really appreciate that.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, again, welcome, congratulations, and we look forward to working with you over the next couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Now back to business. Town manager, do you mind providing a closed session report? I'm sorry, I meant town attorney, Mr. Schultz. I was looking at you.
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, councilmen in closed session to discuss labor negotiations. No action was taken by council. It requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. And Town Manager Pravetti, would you mind, do you have anything under Council Manager Matters?
I do. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. I just want to remind folks that we are still looking for students to join us on our Youth Commission for 2021-22. Applications are due on April 30th. We welcome 8th graders all the way through senior year in high school. So please consider this great opportunity. I also want to report that we will be doing another free monthly COVID testing at our Adult Recreation Center on April 19th. Signups will begin on April 12th. It's really important that we continue to test. It helps us make sure our community stays safe while we're also getting our vaccines. So thank you. And with that, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pravetti. And as many of you know, that council members serve on several committees throughout the region to represent Los Gatos. I now invite my council colleagues to share items of concern or interest that may appeal to not only people in the public, but those that are also serving with you as well as staff. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. On March 18th, I attended the General Plan Update Advisory Committee with Councilmember Risto. On March 27th, I attended the Stop Asian Hate Rally with Mayor Sayak, Vice Mayor Rennie, and Councilmember Risto. On April 1st, I attended another General Plan Update Advisory Committee meeting with Councilmember Risto. And I'm pleased to say we've made progress with this 2040 draft plan, and we hope to have it wrapped up in 2 meetings. In addition to that, I've had conversations with members of the community in response to town matters and concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Let's see, just a few meetings that occurred that I attended. The there was a meeting of the Peninsula Division, and that was on March 19th. That was very informative. Then the following week, I attended a homeless roundtable that was put on by Cal Cities, and with some ideas that I thought were useful. I attended the mayors and council members roundtable, Cal Cities, on the 24th as well. And let's see, I think those were the only formal meetings that I held. I did meet with a member of the public, Mr. Capobres, about the North 40 Phase 2 overview on the 23rd as well. So I think that pretty much covers it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudis. Councilmember Risto.
Yes, in addition to the meetings that Councilmember Badami brought up for the GPAC and for the Stop Asian Hate rally, I met with a member of the town, Kevin Arroyo, who has been working on ideas for community gardens, and just talking to him about, what next steps are going on and, what can happen. I met with the representatives from Harmony Park and Grosvenor to hear their overview for Phase 2. With the mayor, we had the policy committee meeting, and on the 23rd, and among items on there was a discussion of a DEI work plan, commission applications, and appointment process, and updating employee travel policies. I met with a state and a local representative from the U.S. Humane Society, where we talked about a variety of issues and where they could lend support on sustainability policies. And I also connected them with the plant advocates and some other groups in town where they might find some traction. I performed bike and pedestrian counts for a grant that Parks and Public Works is working on. And over the past couple weeks, I've probably spoken to about 6 or 7 members of the community who wanted to talk to me on the phone or in person about hate incidents or other concerns they had. And I appreciate their desire to talk, and I just want to make sure that they know that our council is listening and that I'm willing to meet with anybody if they'd like. Thank you.
Councilmember Risto. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. In addition to attending the Stop Asian Hate rally and the Peninsula Division events with the legislators and the homeless mentioned, I also attended on 3/17, the Bay Area Quality Management Legislative Committee meeting. We are opposing AB 905 by Quirk, which is a mobile fueling bill. We are supporting Cortez's bills, SB 30, 31, and 32, and supporting Becker's bill, SB 68, which is about decarbonization. Also, I attended the BACMed Mobile Source Committee, where we approved, that was on 3/25, we approved more diesel vehicle replacement grants, as I have mentioned in the past. I guess we do that every month, approve more on the list. 3/18, I attended Turnout for Transits. 2 of theirs, one was a 101 and another one, which I actually didn't take a note on, about promoting transit. I also attended the Green Foothills Community Night on 3/18. And on 3/19, I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy new board members orientation meeting, again, to make sure they had a quorum, since I'm not a new board member. I certainly don't need the orientation. At 4/1, I attended the VTA special board meeting. Thing of kind of interest is closed session. They're working on hiring their new GM. Obviously, I didn't attend the closed session portion of it since I'm an alternate. Let's see, on 3/23, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Finance and Admin Committee met for the first time this year, and I was elected chair. Also on 4/1, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Legislative Committee met, and I was elected chair. Seems to be, I should say drafted more for these, I've been drafted chair. We reviewed Senator Becker's bills, SB 67 and 68. BACMed only looked at 68. We had a lengthy discussion on SB 67, which we want to support, but there's some concerns that might be very costly. So we're supporting with amendments on that one. And we also supported Cortez's bills. Let's see. On 3/23, I attended the Community Health and Senior Services Commission as the liaison appointed by the mayor. 3/24, I filled in for the mayor at the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting. And today, earlier, we had a special Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority Risk Oversight Committee meeting. That's it.
Thank you. And the only item that I'd like to report out is that as the president of the Cities Association, as a representative of the town of Los Gatos, I have been appointed to the County Hate Crime Task Force. And given the conversations that we will be having today, I'll make sure that any information that is pertinent to our town is shared with staff and council members. And likewise, anything that is of concern for our town residents is also shared with the task force. With that, I now turn to consent items. As often occurs on our agenda, we have several items that we place on consent. These are items that we believe are more administrative in nature. However, a council member and a member of the public can pull anything from consent should they desire discussion on any of the agenda items. I see Council Member Hudis's hand up, and then I'll turn to the Vice Mayor. Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 9. And due to some conversations I've had with the town attorney about it, and but of course it's up to the mayor when we would address it. Since we have so many important items, it would be perfectly okay with me to do it at the end of the meeting.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
I'd also like to pull item number 10.
Okay, so number 9 and number 10 has been pulled from consent. I look to those in our public, on our attendees, if you would like to pull any item, meaning if any of the items that are listed 1 through 11 that you would like further discussion on, you may raise your hand and we can pull that and have that agenda item raised. I see 2 hands raised, and so I'm going to ask the clerk 3 hands raised to bring each one at a time. The first one is Cindy. If you can just share with us which item you would like pulled.
I'm sorry, pulled means speak about, correct?
Correct. Agenda item 1 through 11. Would you like to pull anything?
Yeah, 10 and 11.
Okay, number 10 is already pulled. Number 11 will also be pulled. And so I look to Catherine. Would you like to tell us which item you would like to pull?
Yes, I think this is redundant. I just wanted to pull, I didn't want to pull, I just wanted to comment on item 10, so I can just wait for the discussion on that and comment then. That would be great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Maria Wong. Hi, Maria. Would you like to share with us which item you would like to pull from our consent calendar?
Yes, that has been pulled, which is item number 11.
Okay. And Lindley Hogan, if you would like to share with us which item you would like pulled. Right now, I have items 9, 10, and 11 pulled, meaning we will have conversation on those. So if you would like to pull those, there's no need to raise your hand again. But again, I will allow the public to speak. Lindley?
I would like to speak on the same items.
Okay, thank you. And then I look to Joseph and Dahlia. What items would you like to pull? Joseph first.
Number 11, please.
Okay. And Dahlia and real quick, I just want to remind everyone, we have already pulled items 9, 10, and 11. So if your hand is raised to pull those items, it's not necessary. We will be hearing these. We will have a public discussion. And so you can speak on any of those items at that time. And so Dahlia, Dalila, what item would you like to pull from our agenda?
Hi, okay, so it is redundant. It was 10 and 11.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, council members and the public, I have item 9, 10, and 11 pulled. Because we do have invited guests to speak with us for items 12 and 13, I will hear those at the end. So the order for tonight will go number 12, number 13, number 9, number 10, then number 11. And again, everyone will have an opportunity to speak to those items after staff report and before we deliberate and make a decision. With that, council members, I do have 8 other items on consent that I look for approval. Councilmember Badami.
I move to approve consent items 1 through 8.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudas.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Badami, a second by Councilmember Hudas for 1 through 8. Any questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
I just have a quick question because item number 5 is within my area of conflict. I am assuming I will abstain from voting on that particular item.
Okay, duly noted. Any other comments to the consent 1 through 8? Seeing none, I'll call the and Councilmember Badami. The vote.
Aye. I'll vote aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye, except for item 5.
Okay, Vice Mayor Rennie.
Aye.
And I also vote aye on agenda items 1 through 8. Those pass unanimously, and duly noted that number 5, Councilmember Risto has recused herself. So thank you very much for that. Now we are moving to verbal communications. This is an opportunity for those in our public to speak for 3 minutes on any item that is not on the agenda. Again, the items that have been pulled, you will have plenty of time to speak about that. This is an opportunity to speak to us on an item that's not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes. The idea really is to share ideas, concerns, and not necessarily to ask questions. If there are questions, council members, I'll ask you to refer those to staff or agendize for a future meeting. If I can have Catherine speak first. Thank you.
Good evening, council. So my phone has been ringing off the hook. Musicians are calling, residents are calling, business owners are calling, all with the same question. When will we be able to have events again here in Los Gatos? You all probably know that we will not be having any Jazz on the Plaza concerts this summer, nor will we be having any music in the park as we know it. We will also go another spring without the Chamber's traditional beloved wine walk. But we have moved into the orange tier now, and we are allowed to have more people out and about. So we've been watching and brainstorming and researching what can we do. Last night, we presented an idea to the Parks Commission, Picnic in the Parks. We're starting in May, we will start featuring 2 parks a month, where we will have picnics for purchase provided by our local restaurants. We will have local entertainment, possibly some cultural entertainment as well. And we will have an opportunity for people to get out and see what parks we've been missing for the last year. The commissioners all like the idea, and we plan to proceed. We are hoping that the council will consider waiving all special event fees that might be associated with doing these events in the park. Secondly, this chamber would like to propose a brand new idea. Let's close North Santa Cruz Avenue on Thursday evenings to celebrate home. We will close the street May through September on Thursday nights, 4 to 8 p.m. There'll be lots of space, maybe a little music. Really, it will be a way to get people out and about to catch up with neighbors that they have not seen in a whole year. You might wonder, well, what about the University Avenue residents? We thought of that and hand-delivered letters to all of the residents that live on University Avenue, knowing that traffic would be a problem for them. All responses have been positive, except for 2. We will work with those residents to try to mitigate their concerns. We think we should go for it. We'll need a little help with the street closure and also with the funding to cover some of the costs of the music. But I have musicians lined up for all 14 weeks. Later tonight, we will suggest where you can also find some of that funding to help make this become a reality. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Our next speaker is former Mayor John Lochner.
Let me unmute. I'm calling as a board member of the Billy Jones Wildcat Railroad. We have an opportunity to expand the operation there with the addition of a Ferris wheel. And I thought I'd pass this by the town council to see if there's any support for something like this at Oak Meadow Park. One is available. It's about 50 feet in height. It has 12 seats on it, so it would accommodate 3 or 4 per seat. And the location currently we're looking at the location right near the restrooms where the open space is, where the benches are. But we're subject to change with any ideas, any suggestions. So I thought it would be wise to pass it before the council to see if there's any interest in doing this before we spend a lot of time and money and effort involved in this. As you know, the railroad, Billy Jones, opened in 1970. So it's been there for a long, long time. And the Mason Carousel was purchased in 1980, and 10 years were spent in restoring that. So that's been online since 1990. And we employ anywhere from 22 to 30 students throughout the operation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Hudas, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, thank you. I know we can't comment directly on the proposal, but I did have a question, and that is if there has been any rough budget that's been developed that could get forwarded to the town to help us in considering it.
We don't anticipate any support, any request to the town for funds.
Thank you.
It would just be expanding the space at Oak Meadow Park to accommodate that.
And so I see no other hands raised. And so Mr. Lochner, if I can ask Town Manager Pravetti to just reach out to Mr. Lochner and see how we can best facilitate that conversation and or for either for a future meeting or if that can happen between staff.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And I look to the public if there are any others that would like to speak to us under verbal communication. Seeing none, I will close public testimony. And we now move to other business. The first item that we will attend to tonight is item number 12. And this is a discussion with District Attorney Jeff Rosen and community leaders to encourage reporting of hate incidents and crimes and standing in solidarity with others. While I ask our clerk to move our panelists over, I would like to just provide a preview to my council colleagues, as well as those in the public on how I intend to run item number 12. As I mentioned, we have invited District Attorney Rosen to speak with us today. I think given what is happening nationwide and what has recently occurred in our own town. It's been exactly a week now that we had a hate crime against a fellow human being here in town simply because of their race. I think it's a timely conversation. We had the opportunity to hear from DA Rosen. He spoke to the Cities Association, and I think I personally found it very informative and enlightening, and I know my colleagues did it as well. The differences between incidents versus crime and what we're seeing in Santa Clara County. I think we'll have an opportunity to take the information that DA Rosen will share with us to bring it back to what does this mean for the town of Los Gatos. And I'll ask our town manager and Chief DeSena to speak to that. And then Manager Pravetti and I invited 3 community members who we believe embody the values of being an upstander. Again, with the goal of sharing what can we do as a community to speak against hatred, to speak against bigotry, and most importantly, just to stand in solidarity. Many of you have reached out, sharing your own stories, sharing that you are fearful. And I think it is important for all of us to hear those stories, to hear what you need from leadership. But most importantly, it's very important for you to know you are not alone. We are standing with you. And personally, as your mayor, I want you to know you belong, and we will do everything that is absolutely necessary to make you feel safe. We take these very seriously. I know my council colleagues do. And with that, we will have an opportunity to share with you what we will personally do to ensure your safety. So with that, DA Rosen, thank you so much for joining us today. Welcome to Los Gatos. You know, we hope it was under better, favorable conditions, but we are very appreciative of the information you'll be able to share with us today.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Ms. Mayor. And of course, I wish we were together in Los Gatos, and I would have had dinner on Santa Cruz Avenue before the meeting, and would have been very nice. Los Gatos has a very special place in my heart. But the last case I tried before I became district attorney in 2010 was a murder case, a murder for hire. The victim was a restaurant owner in town, Mark Achille, and the Los Gatos Police Department that I was privileged to work with just did an outstanding job on that investigation, and we were able to bring all the perpetrators to justice in a really horrific and senseless killing. Chief Seaman was your police chief at the time. He was excellent. So was Chief Frisbee, and Chief DeSena is also an outstanding police chief, and I enjoy working with him. So thank you so much for inviting me. And I thought what I would do is a couple things. So one, talk a little bit about hate crimes. What is a hate crime? What is a hate incident? What are the differences between those things? Secondly, to give some information about how many hate crimes do we have in our county? How many have we had recently? Has there been an upward trend in hate crimes? And then what does the DA's office do about hate crimes? You know, in addition to prosecuting hate crimes, what other things do we do to try to prevent them from happening in the first place? And then I'm, of course, happy to answer any questions, and I want to stay around to hear the discussion as well. So let's start with hate crime. It's a little bit of a misnomer to call something a hate crime, because it's not that the emotion the perpetrator has is hatred, it's really bigotry. It would really be better described as a bias crime. So a hate crime is a crime that is where the perpetrator commits the crime because of the perceived ethnicity, religion, national orientation, national origin, sexual orientation of the victim. So a hate crime is one where a person assaults another person, vandalizes their property, breaks into their house, whatever the crime is, but the motivation for doing that, a substantial motivating factor, was that the perpetrator did it because the victim was Black, was Jewish, was gay, was Asian, etc. So a good example of a hate crime, some examples, just these are hypothetical examples, but we have real sadly, we have real examples also, not just hypothetical, but a hypothetical example is, one man sees another man who's Black and says, "You're the N-word, I hate the N-word," and punches him in the face. Okay? So that's an assault, that's a battery, but the motivation for that is clear by what the perpetrator said. It's because the victim was Black. Or vandalizing somebody's property who is, the perpetrator knows that this business is owned by somebody Jewish, and they purposely spray a swastika on the business and vandalize it. Again, a crime motivated by the perceived ethnicity of the victim. And I always say the word perceived because because we've had hate crimes in the county where the perpetrator, this happened in Sunnyvale a few years ago, he drove his car through the crosswalk because he thought he saw Muslims and he wanted to kill Muslims. And instead, he almost killed and severely injured Hindus. So it's not a defense for the man to say, "Oh, I didn't hurt Muslims, I hurt Hindus, I wanted to hurt Muslims." Obviously, that's not a defense. So it's a crime that's motivated by bias. Now, the difference between a hate crime and a hate incident, I think the easiest way to understand it is really the difference between words and actions. So a hate incident is calling somebody a name, an ethnic slur because somebody is Asian, or because they're gay, or they're Latino, or some kind of ethnic slur, without punching the person or threatening to hurt the person, just saying, "You dirty so-and-so, blah, blah, blah." That's terrible. That's awful. And I know we're going to talk tonight about what we can do about those instances. That's a hate incident. It's not a crime, but it's an example of somebody manifesting their bigotry. And there are many more instances, there are many more hate instances than there are hate crimes. So, right, people say things to one another that are hurtful and that are racist more often than they then follow that up with punching them, hitting them, spitting them. Because if they do those things, then that is a hate crime. Another example of hate incidents are what people post on the internet, right? They might post hateful things or hand out leaflets. I'm just going to hand out leaflets saying that, like, Latinos are terrible and should go back where they came from, but without threatening someone and grabbing them and "I'm going to drag you out of here." It's an incident, not a crime. I'm not making this distinction to try to say that incidents of hate are not important. They are very important, and part of why they're important is because they're much more common. Like, they happen much more often, and I think we know intuitively that if we don't do something about the hate incident, it leads to a hate crime. The words, if not checked, if bystanders don't intervene, if government doesn't say this is wrong, if society doesn't intervene, those words then become actions which become crimes. So that's a little bit about what a hate crime is, what a hate incident is. I want you to know, the mayor spoke very eloquently about how she, and I know all of the town council, feels that for people who are living here in Los Gatos, you're welcome here. Whatever you look like, whoever you love, you're welcome here. And we want to treat you with respect and dignity. And I feel the same way. And the reason I feel so strongly about hate crimes is that a hate crime is a crime against three. It's a crime against that individual victim. So, for instance, in Los Gatos a week ago, a Filipino woman is knocked to the ground and the man is yelling, "You effing," okay? Ethnic slurs and knocking her to the ground. Now, I know we haven't found, Los Gatos police haven't found this person yet. They're going to find the guy. So that's a crime against her. right? That's victim number one. But it's a crime against her ethnic community, in this case, Filipinos, Asian Americans, right? A crime happens against one person who's that ethnicity or race. Everybody who's that ethnicity or race feels it. It's unfortunate that sometimes it seems like love and empathy are very slow and hard to transmit, but hate and fear, boom, everybody feels it. So secondly, it's a crime against that ethnic community, in this case, Filipinos and Asian American Pacific Islanders. But finally, and I think most importantly, it's a crime against all of us as Americans, right? This country was founded on the ideals of equality and fair treatment for everyone. And those are our ideals and aspirations. We don't always live up to them, but that's what we aspire to. And a hate crime is really challenging the very notion of what it means to be an American, right? It's e pluribus unum, out of many come one. And it really challenges that and says, no, Americans look like this, but don't look like that. And so we take hate crimes very seriously in the DA's office. We have a special prosecutor assigned to handle hate crimes. And I'm going to brag a little bit. The statewide manual that prosecutors throughout our state use in deciding what is and what isn't a hate crime and the legal issues around hate crimes was written by a prosecutor in our office. So we take this very seriously. Now, in terms of some statistics, on the one hand, in the last year, in 2020, hate crimes went down 7% nationally, right? But hate crimes against Asian Americans in 2020 went up 150%. And that's something that we've seen in our county as well. And I should say, I should make sure to make this point, that hate crimes are grossly underreported, meaning most victims of hate crimes do not report to the police. They don't. And why? Shame. It's my fault. Maybe the police won't care, or the DA won't care, or I don't want to. It's painful. It's bad enough to have your house burglarized, right? How much more so if it's burglarized and they spray swastikas in it and you're Jewish? Like, do I really want to talk about this and relive it? So it's very much underreported. And so there's many things we try to do to encourage people to report, right? One of which is we take this seriously. We care about you. We want you to feel empowered. And so the reason I mention that is when I say hate crimes were down 7% nationally, there's a lot of hate crimes that are happening that are not reported. And to give you an example that happened here in our county. So a couple weeks ago in Mountain View, a Chinese American man is eating lunch on Castro Street in Mountain View. Now, Castro Street doesn't hold a candle to North Santa Cruz Avenue. I would never suggest that, okay? But it's Mountain View's best effort, okay? He's eating dinner there, and a woman walks by and starts yelling at him and yelling ethnic slurs against him. And then she spits on him, okay? It's so disgusting. And he didn't want to report that to the police initially. He had some friends with them and they encouraged him, and he didn't want to do it. And eventually, they and some other people, and there was a police officer around, and they persuaded him to do it. But right, that's how many situations does that happen where the person then doesn't report? So in our county in 2020, there were 14 hate crimes that we filed. I don't know the number of hate incidents we had in our county. That's a much higher number. But in terms of crimes that come to the DA's office, there were 14. Now, on the one hand, that's a small number out of the 30,000 cases we prosecute a year. But more importantly, that's the highest number of hate crimes that we have filed in 10 years. So, right, the raw numbers are sometimes not as important as what the trend is. So we had more hate crimes last year in our county than in 10 years. Of the 14, five of the victims were Black, 4 Hispanic, 2 Asians, 1 LGBTQ, 1 Jewish person, 1 Arab person. That was 2020. In 2021, and we're only 3 months into it, we already have 10 hate crimes. And so the trend is going up. Maybe people are reporting more often because there's been so much attention, maybe, or just maybe there's been a little bit of a breakdown of the fabric of our community. So far to date, we've had 10 in this county, 3 against Blacks, 2 against Hispanics, 3 against Asians, 1 LGBTQ, and 1 Arab. And the crimes have ranged from underlying crimes of misdemeanors to felonies. And the difference between misdemeanors and felonies in assaults is basically the level of injury. If there's an injury, it's going to be a felony. If there's no injury, it's more likely to be a misdemeanor. But we add a hate crime onto those, and that does a couple things. It adds more time. It names what happened. It names it. No, you didn't just knock this woman down. You did it because she was Filipino and you yelled at her about that before you did it. So it names it. And the last thing I would say, and then I'm happy to do whatever you guys would like, is the law does something very interesting for hate crimes that it doesn't do for any other offense. When a judge sentences someone who's been convicted of a hate crime, in addition to jail or some period of incarceration or weekend work or other kinds of sanctions, the judge is encouraged to require the defendant to do community service for an organization that represents the victim that he wronged. So the person, somebody beat up a Black person and yelled terrible things. One of the things that a judge is encouraged is to make the defendant take education classes about African-American history or to volunteer at an African-American community service organization. And what I think is so special about this is it's the law getting at what we all really want, which is we want to hold perpetrators accountable for committing hate crimes, but then we want to change the hearts and minds of those defendants. We hope that somebody who commits a hate crime today, that 10 years from now is a different person and is an upstander and not even a bystander, an upstander. So that's what the law is trying to facilitate by requiring this kind of community service. And thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, DA Rosen. And so before I turn to our town manager, I want to look at my council colleagues and see if you have any immediate questions of DA Rosen. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Pravetti, if you wouldn't mind sharing, now we've had a discussion of what's happening in Santa Clara County, and I think that message has been amplified that you need to report. If you wouldn't mind sharing what we as a government do when our community members do report and how seriously we do take that information.
Of course, and thank you, Mayor and Council. First, let me thank the Mayor for putting this on the agenda. This is an incredibly important conversation that we're having. Let me thank Mr. Rosen for joining us and giving us the insights from his office, as well as the longstanding collaboration with our police department. And then we have 3 members of the community who I'll thank in advance for their contributions as well. I just want to say briefly that as your town manager, it is so important to me that all residents, visitors, and workers feel welcome and know that they belong in the town of Los Gatos, that you belong here to enjoy the parks, the open spaces, the restaurants, the retail, all the wonderful things that this town has to offer. And as town manager, I lead all of the town employees in all of the departments, including the police department. And we are all committed as public servants to make sure that every member of this community feels welcome. We are here to serve you, and we know that there's work to be done here in the town, but we are committed to do that with all of you. And I would like to invite our police chief, Mr. DeSena, to speak more specifically about what happens when a community member steps forward and makes a report. It is so critical that if anything uncomfortable happens that you observe or you are witness to or a part of, that it be reported to the police department. And I'd like our chief to say, you know, what do we do when we get those reports? Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager, and thank you, Mayor, and always a pleasure, DA Rosen. Just to speak specifically to what the Town Manager is saying is that I just want to underscore our commitment to investigating all hate crimes as well as hate incidents and bringing the perpetrator to justice. Our whole intent is to identify the perpetrator and to bring them to justice and hold them accountable. So we are now actually, in addition, hate crime speaks for itself. There's a hate crime such as the one that occurred last week. We will investigate fully, use all of our resources. We work very closely with DA Rosen, has Dana Conco is the head of the supervising deputy attorney in charge of the hate crimes unit. We work very closely with he and his team. They've been a great resource for us. So as we put these cases together, we're consulting with them to make sure that we're doing the correct thing. But it really, I don't want to say it's like any other crime, but we will investigate it like we do other crimes. Take no stone unturned. The other important thing is that the emphasis, as we all talk about, in reporting. Now, DA Rosen talked about the county stats. I think up over the last year, we actually had in Los Gatos, we had up until last week, we had 3 hate crimes and 2 hate incidents that were reported, but that was only since October, since when we started collecting the hate incident stats. Since then, since last week, we've now logged 2 hate crimes in addition to a hate incident, and all of these are being investigated as we speak.
Thank you, Chief.
We're all not, okay.
And so, council members, do you have any immediate questions of the chief or our town manager before I invite our community members to speak? Okay. Seeing none, again, as I mentioned earlier, you know, a lot of what we are, it has been said at multiple meetings that it takes a community to combat the hatred and bigotry that we're seeing. And oftentimes people feel helpless, or they feel that they are incapable of helping another person as they're experiencing that pain. And I think we need to amplify that you are not helpless. There are things that you can do as a community upstander. And so we have invited 3 community members to share personally what they do. We've invited them here as members of the community, not necessarily as representatives of the institutions that they work at. And the goal really is to share what we can do as a community to bring this our town back together. Because at the end of the day, I've invited them to, because I have to believe, and I hope that all of you believe, that there are more of us in this town that have the compassion that is needed to heal the divisiveness that we're feeling right now, and that we really need to come together at this time more than any other to show what Los Gatos is about and what we can be and what we would like to be for the future. And so with that, I'm going to ask our first panelist, Christy Grasty, if she wouldn't mind turning on the camera. Welcome, Ms. Grasty. As you introduce yourself, I'd love to ask you the question, what does it mean to be an upstander? And because you embody that and you certainly lead with your actions.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak, and thank you all for inviting me tonight. DA Rosen and Chief DeSena spoke very well to some of what I'm about to say, so my apologies for any repetition. I'm still learning along the way, just like all of us. But to me, being an upstander literally and obviously means standing up, and the term implies action, and it means communicating when one sees or knows that injustice or harm to another human being has been done. So this means including recognizing when an injustice or an instance of disrespect occurs, and then interrupting this incident when it occurs. It's truly important to take this kind of responsibility for each other's welfare and well-being, because each of us would want someone to stand up for us if we were being mistreated. We also need to be mindful about how we choose to interrupt microaggressions, and this is a term which refers to slights, whether they are intentional or unintentional, that communicate derogatory or negative messages that put someone down and denigrate another person. So as upstanders, we have to think about the way we choose to interrupt microaggressions, because if we interrupt by attacking another person with hate, then we are essentially perpetuating or even exacerbating the problem. So how to best be an upstander and be someone who has courage to interrupt inappropriate behavior, and then also seek repair of relationships, usually requires listening, empathy, grace, some skill in communication, and a desire to put forth effort and not be passive. Relational work to seek repair after interrupting an incident can be hard, but the idea is that if everybody takes personal responsibility for our greater civic responsibility, and if everyone is willing to do their own part to stand up for what's right, then the weight of this kind of human work is shared, and it's not as scary or overwhelming, and then we in turn elevate as a society. Another concept I want to talk about related to being an upstander is the idea of being an ally. So an ally is someone who is supportive of other people who are different from you. And this support that an ally might provide another person or other people should be flexible and elastic, so that one doesn't define or limit one's perception of another person, but is open to learning and open to admitting ignorance in order to grow. And it requires a commitment. It requires an examination of one's own privileges and a self-reflection to determine how one's privilege might actually play a role, even if unintentionally, in oppressing others. So being an ally to me means trying to use our own powers for good and trying to be humble while continually learning, including learning how to advocate for the rights of others and support a cause. And it means recognizing the inequity that exists in society, that exists in the town we live in, and persisting in being curious about listening to others' life stories and their lived experiences and their ideas. Being an ally also includes learning how to use non-discriminatory language and trying to create, in our words and deeds, a more inclusive community environment in the best ways we know how to do. So thank you for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on this topic.
Thank you. And I look to my council colleagues if there's any immediate questions. Seeing none, I now ask Rabbi Aaron to join us. So, and Rabbi Aaron, as you introduce yourself to our, I wanted to ask you, how do past silences and pain inform where we are today?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with all of you. I know that many of us are reading the book Caste by Isabel Wilkerson, in which she attempts to help us understand our own history here in the United States by learning more about caste in India and in Nazi Germany. And I'm also going to go back to that period of Nazi Germany to understand the problem of silence. Rabbi Joachim Prince, a refugee from the Holocaust, spoke at the famous march in Washington just before the I Have a Dream speech of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. And this is what he said on that occasion. He said, "When I was the rabbi of the Jewish community in Berlin under the Hitler regime, I learned many things. The most important thing that I learned under those tragic circumstances was that bigotry and hatred are not the most urgent problem. The most urgent, the most disgraceful, the most shameful, and the most tragic problem is silence. And that was echoed also in the words of the scholar Hannah Arendt, who also made her way to the United States as a refugee after being interred in Gurs, France. She wrote about how it was not just what the Nazis had done that cut her to the bone, but rather the actions of those who were ostensibly neutral or who had been her friends. She writes, "The decisive day was when we heard about Auschwitz. Before that, we said, well, one has enemies, that is natural. Why shouldn't people have enemies? But this was different." She goes on to say, "The personal problem did not lie in what our enemies did, but in what our friends did." And this confirms something that many of us were taught in our civics lessons in junior high or high school. It's actually based on a verse from the Psalms. "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing." So that is something that we can learn from our history. And thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Aaron. Council, any immediate questions? Seeing none, I now invite Kareem Syed. Really, at our last meeting, you inspired this conversation for me because you talked about the importance of community. But I ask you now today, what is the importance of being present and a witness when harassment, bullying, or other unfortunate behavior occurs?
Peace and blessings, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you today. And I'm still reflecting upon how beautifully that this session began. And it began with a poem recitation by one of our very own poet laureates. And she describes so beautifully and vividly the beauty of being at our farmer's market and being with her young children. And just, even her describing how her son is biting into some fruit, that was purchased at the farmer's market. I mean, we can see ourselves there. And we can see her and the joy and the peace and the happiness that's present. And now what I want you to do is, as you're visualizing being there and being with her and being with her family and seeing this just beautiful scene of in downtown Los Gatos, that an individual comes up to this family and tells them they don't belong here, that they need to get out of here because they might look a certain way. And honestly, that's what I was thinking of when I heard her recite that poem. And, and when we talk about what can we do in that moment, when we're there, when we're physically present. And I think it goes back to what Christina was saying as well, is that we have to do something, right? And what you can do is, if you put yourself in Jen's shoes or her children's shoes, what would you want someone to do, right? And I think at the minimum, what we'd want that person to do is just stand there with us, to be physically present, right? It doesn't mean that you have to engage the hate that's actually happening. At a minimum, what you can do is just be physically present, because if you're being bullied, what you want is some comfort, right? And even, D.A. Rosen was talking about how people don't want to come forward and how they feel guilty or they feel shame. So what do we do for people who are feeling that way is be there for them, is literally put a hand, on their shoulder and saying, look, I'm here with you. And we don't even have to engage the individual, again, that's espousing that hate, but we can tell the individual that's experiencing that, look, just ignore that. I'm here for you. Maybe physically put yourself in between them. And what I can tell you right now, why this is so painful for me, even what I'm describing to you, is because this literally just happened a few days ago. That last night we had a family that came to us and they told us that they were just in the parking lot of Safeway. They happened to be of Japanese descent. And a man came up to them and told them to go back to China. And these individuals said, first they were in shock. And then they tell this man, we're Japanese. And the man's response was, well, we bombed you. And then went on its explicit rant on, and mind you, she had her fourth grader and first grader with her and with her husband. So again, what we have to do as a community is that we have to be aware. And I put this for myself as a reminder that it is an obligation upon me as a human being, part of the human family. If that's being done, if you see that or if you hear that, you have to go to that individual in that moment, because that's when they're most vulnerable, right? When they're there. And going back to what Rabbi Melanie is saying is that the biggest issue we have in today's day and age is the silence. And we have history upon history. When we're silent, we see what happens. What's happened to the indigenous peoples of America, there were people who thought this was wrong and they didn't say or do anything. The same thing happened when we enslaved the African-American community, when we brought African slaves over. People saw it was wrong and they didn't do anything. And what we know now, what we should know now, is that we should learn from that history, learn from the past, and say, look, this is not going to happen on our watch. And I truly believe in the bottom of my heart that every single individual that's on this call tonight, and that every single person that's on the city council, it's who's part of the police department, they truly believe that. And we will stop this, and we will not allow this to happen. And just an overall message of love and compassion to the town of Los Gatos, and say, we're going to bring this home and we're going to take care of each other. And we're not going to allow this to continue. And that we have to be people who are outstanding, who are upstanding. And again, whenever you see anything, you have to be present. And again, just in closing, just going back to what D.A. Rosen talked about what happened in Mountain View, what happened was this person was victimized. What got them to even report the incident was people being there to support that individual and say, look, you can report it. I'll be here with you to report it. And if we actually see something, and I can go back to maybe D.A. Rosen can clarify for us, is that if I'm standing there and I see that happening, am I allowed to report the incident? Right? Because I would feel, I think we would all feel if Jen was in the farmer's market and she's being attacked. I think one of us is that we have to be upstanding. It's an obligation upon us to take care of our human family, and we can do it. And I believe we have the right people in this town to make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And if I can, I will take questions. I believe Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So it may be the same thing, but I'm hearing a little bit different from our three panelists. And I want to explore it a little bit. With the biggest challenge being most people are not skilled in de-escalation. And, so as I was listening to Christy speak, the first thing I thought is, well, when do you get involved in an incident, right? Knowing that I'm probably not skilled in de-escalation and I don't want to escalate something more. So I'd be happy to have the chief who's, very trained in de-escalation also to jump in on this. And what I heard Kareem saying was, it's probably, I think what he's saying is probably better to just, like he said, be there, put your hand on the person's shoulder, help them when the incident's over. I'm not hearing get in the middle of it. I heard Rabbi Aaron saying, well, you can't be silent. Well, is that being silent if I'm just helping afterwards? Or do I need to get involved somewhere in there between when it may turn from a hate incident to a hate crime to make sure it doesn't get to a hate crime? So for people that are, want to get involved, this is delicate, and I'm not sure what the right answer is. So I'm kind of asking the chief and the three panelists to talk about this a little bit, please.
Absolutely. Who would like to go first? Chief DeSena?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mayor. That's a great question, because I think we've seen incidents where there are those who are they seek that conflict and they seek that confrontation. So I think Kareem's idea is a good one, just to be there. I would say, to answer Kareem's question, is that absolutely, as a bystander, I would call that in. If you see someone getting accosted, or the hate speech directed to them, even though it may be a hate incident and hate speech is protected by the Constitution, call it into us, and then let us deal with it. And in the meantime, I said that there are those who will want to elevate that confrontation, so you need to keep yourself safe. But I think the idea of just standing with that person, and even maybe being on the phone will make that person realize, because most of these people, not only are they ignorant, but that they're cowards. So likely when they see someone on the phone, they're probably going to leave. But I think Kareem's idea of just standing with that person and calling the police is a good idea.
Would anyone from the panel? Yes, Christy.
I agree with everything that Chief DeSena said and what Kareem had also said about just standing. So it's the idea of interrupting an incident when you recognize that it's happened. Some of our training at the high school has come from our work with an organization called Epic Education, and the founder and leader of that organization, Dr. Nancy Doan, teaches us, and we teach in turn our staff and students about this protocol called the RIR protocol. And some of you who may have attended our evening forums or webinars may have learned it too, but it's this acronym that stands for recognize, interrupt, and repair. And it's that verb interrupt that I mentioned too that maybe seems more weighty than it really needs to be. You all know like when something's not right, but sometimes we have that, either fight, flight, or freeze kind of reaction. And a lot of us freeze or we don't know what to do. So even if you don't have the words that come to you, you can stand in space or show that person that you're not leaving that person, you stand there. You can also, if you're inclined to do it, depending on the scenario, just ask questions that don't escalate, they de-escalate. You can do things like, excuse me, what did you just say? Or did I hear you say, and whatever it is you think you heard them say. And you could even say, I'm curious what you meant by that. And it really doesn't put someone necessarily on the defense or escalate. It would enable them to possibly explain. And then if they are that kind of person who then would escalate, you can also have the courage to say, well, that's not, correct to put someone else down. Sometimes it comes to you later in the moment than that present moment. So again, I agree with Kareem that just not running away and standing by that person to make sure that other person's okay is the first best step.
Christy. Would anyone else? Rabbi Aaron?
Sure. Since the Vice Mayor mentioned this, I think that what we're doing here this evening is a good example of not being silent. That is, we are letting the community know that this is an issue of concern, and that's being not silent, not just in the incident, but in the whole surrounding society. And I'd agree with the police chief that we're not there to endanger other people or even to endanger ourselves, but there's a great power in letting people know someone is watching, someone is seeing what's going on. And if you can convey that, that is very important. You can also set a tone of communal expectations. This is our town and we don't behave this way here. And then finally, sometimes pretending not to hear can be very effective. I'll tell a story about my daughter who was testifying at one point before the Senate Finance Committee. And she had just gotten her PhD. And one of the senators said, oh yeah, PhD, pretty hot Democrat. She was a young woman facing a panel of all men. And so what she said is, pardon? I didn't catch that. And making somebody say it twice helped them realize how totally inappropriate that comment was. So we're not looking to promote confrontation, but to find ways to be there, to show that someone is noticing what's happening, and to convey our community's expectations.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? And DA Rosen, I know Kareem had asked the question and Chief DeSena responded that yes, others people can report, but from a county perspective, from a DA perspective, I'm assuming that's affirmative for you as well?
Yes. It's not often that Chief DeSena jumps in on the legal questions. He usually lets me answer that one first, but he's absolutely right. A bystander can report it. That happens sometimes. The bystander reports, and that help. And by the way, the bystander reports. That helps. Then the police go talk to the victim, and then the victim opens up and talks. Right? The victim might not have called the police, wouldn't have sought the police out, but somebody else did it. The bystander did it. Now the police are here, so it's easier sometimes for a victim in that circumstance. So we do that. The one just very quick thing I wanted to mention about this issue, particularly around Asian Americans, is this really started more than a year ago with the coronavirus. And we started to see instances in our county of people targeted for bringing the China flu here and all these things against people that were Asian. And we saw that beginning in February. There were instances that were reported. And so one of the things we did, like there's a lot of different ways to try to address this problem. We made a very short public service announcement. It's 56 seconds long. I'll put it in the chat. I'll try to put the clip in the chat. And it's, 6 or 7 prosecutors from the DA's office. It's a very diverse office explaining very simply, very succinctly, people are not viruses. If you act with hate towards people, you're going to have a lot more problems than COVID-19. You're going to have a problem with the DA's office. So I'll try to get that in the chat if I can. If not, it's Hate Crime PSA on YouTube. So it's a lovely town, Los Gatos, and I just want to tell you that I very much feel like the kind of values I'm trying to embody as DA and what I'm trying to represent as your DA is what you're talking about here. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So seeing no immediate questions, I am going to open for public testimony. This is an opportunity for those in the public to share what they need from their leadership, whether it's within our town government or whether it's within county boundaries that DA Rosen has authority over. And also any specific ideas, questions. I mean, it really is now your time to share with us what your thoughts are. And so I will call each one, and if we could just promote you to speak, you'll have 3 minutes. First speaker, Jermaine Talisfor Gulan. And I apologize if I'm incorrectly pronouncing any names.
Jermaine Talisfor Gulan. My family's been in this community since the 1890s. My father was born in 1922 on George Street. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone present because it means they care. A new study published in the Scientific Records report titled Hardwired the Brain Circuitry for Political Belief found the brain has a defense mechanism that tends to act aggressively when political views are challenged, just as it does when religious, gender, or national views are challenged. Notably, DA Rosen excluded political beliefs and homeless from his discussion of hate crimes, but the brain does not. Why is this legal distinction a problem? Because coronavirus triggers more than hostility towards Asians. Sadly, the mere sight of an unmasked person tends to trigger some folks' political belief system to act aggressively. I was stopped and aggressively accosted by 2 people in town while exercising alone during the winter months. I'm a widow. I literally had to run away. Should I be afraid to follow my physician's recommendation to walk in town? These folks aggressively demanded my medical reasons for being unmasked. This unsettling behavior is divisive and displays an us versus them mentality that is recognized by scholars as a part of the genocide process analyzed by Gregory Stanton in 1996 for the US Department of State. These are the conclusions that Gregory Stanton found in his analysis. Following are the stages and types and characteristics that precede genocide. Classification, people who are divided into us and them. Symbolization, the presence of a yellow star or a purple triangle or the absence of a mask. Discrimination, exclusion from full civil and constitutional rights, also assumed immunodeficiency. Dehumanization, you are potentially diseased. Polarization, broadcasting polarization policies and propaganda. Persecution, public attacks on sidewalks, expropriation, and forced displacement. Stanton's model is widely used in genocide studies. Scholars focus on cultural and political conditions contributing to genocide. The best antidote to genocide is social and cultural tolerance for diverse and belief and perspectives. As the attorney said, these behaviors must be checked because political beliefs and words precede actions. And as you can see, what happened to me still upsets me today.
Thank you, Jermaine, for sharing that with us. Next speaker, Yvette.
Mayor, she's using an older version, so I'll need to promote her to panelist if you agree.
Okay.
Yvette, you're able to unmute and speak now.
And while we're Miss Neese, while that's happening, could we promote and unmute Maria Wong next to see if we can just save a little bit of time?
Maria,
I'm here.
there you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Wow, I love Los Gatos. It's just so tiny, knit community. Unfortunately, in November, I was just walking with some friends. I believe it was probably Beans. So we went from Santa Cruz through Bean Avenue, and we were just looking for lunch actually. Coming back from lunch, we were attacked. So I was with several friends. Needless to say that I'm Asian, of course, and my other friend is Filipino. The other friend is from Hong Kong. Another friend again is Latino. So we were actually attacked, verbally attacked, almost battery abuse, almost got hit by this guy, this rather big guy. I don't know what he had against us, but he actually come to my turn. I put on my cross necklace, and then he said that I am a disgrace to my ancestors. So I said, what do you mean by that? He said that no Chinese is Christian. So I defy my ancestral religion or something like that. And it's just not nice. I feel like I don't know what he has against us. And then the second time was actually in January, also with several friends. I'm a big Trump supporter. And maybe I think that because I put on my Trump gears, my Trump hat, I was holding my American flag. Maybe that's why I was attacked. And then that was on Grace, I think, by a lady. She said that she owns a business there and she didn't like me there with my friends there. And I said, and then she said that you go back to where you're from. And I said, what are you talking about? Just go back, I just don't like to see you here. And I think it's just disgraceful for her to say that. So she could be from Loma or Loma Brewery or another business that is around there. So I think, just because I'm Asian and I'm a Trump supporter, does it mean that suddenly my First Amendment is seized, doesn't exist anymore?
Thank you, Maria, for sharing that. Absolutely no one should be attacked. And so if you feel comfortable, I think both our town manager and chief would like to know details. I think the purpose of this is to allow those that have shared their stories to know that this is all reportable. So thank you for sharing that with us. I don't believe we had an opportunity to hear from Yvette. And so I don't know, Shelley, if that's working. And if not, if we could just return the vet back to attendee, but promote Alicia to next speaker.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, and welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. I am a co-founder and a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. I'm the outreach coordinator, and I also run our social media pages. Because of these roles, I received the DMs and I hear the experiences of citizens who experience hate incidences within our community. I also have experienced hateful words directed at my ethnicity, but I've already shared these experiences with some of you. So I'm going to share an incident that was recently sent to me, and this I will be quoting. She says, "We went to Safeway, and as we were turning to go into the next aisle, a Caucasian man holding a bottle of wine yelled at us saying, 'Slow down, Chinese.' And I replied, 'I'm not Chinese.' And he said, 'Whatever, Chinese.' And I said, 'I'm Japanese.' And he said, 'We bombed your expletive in World War II.' He said this in front of my children and my husband. My husband then took his phone and started to record the man who had yelled at us. Once he realized that he was being recorded, he stopped harassing us and he walked away." End of quote. When I was speaking to this family, the mother was visibly upset, and it was really, really heartbreaking to hear that this woman, first of all, she said she didn't feel safe going back to Safeway. And this is just a citizen that wants to buy food for her family. And this man, I don't know if he realized it or not, but he caused her to feel unsafe. I don't know how long that will last, but it breaks my heart. Another experience that I wanted to share with you recently, I was in downtown Los Gatos. While at the store, a young girl who was a teenager shared with me that a woman was slowly driving through the town and was yelling at people because they were wearing masks. She said that she was scared. She did not want to walk outside. She said, "I don't know why they do that. It doesn't make me want to support their cause. It just makes me scared. I don't know what that person will do. I don't know what she's capable of. There have been shootings recently and it just scares me. Yelling at people isn't normal. What else will they do? It's just really uncomfortable." Sorry, I'm just upset about it. Why is there no consequence to a person that knowingly destroys a person's sense of safety in their own community? Recently, when a person reported verbal harassment to the police, the policeman said he couldn't do anything until the person who was doing the harassment actually did something. There must be consequences for hate speech that causes a person to feel like they need to hide and that they can't be safe in their own community. We must do better. We must be preemptive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, for sharing those stories. Louisa, LP.
New.
Hi, Louisa, welcome.
Hi, I'm Louisa Ip. I'm a Chinese American, and I wanted to say that for all 40 years I'm in US, okay, and right now, why are we talking about this? Yes, there are some cases here and there, but actually for the 200 years, have never done anything to protect us. Why are we talking about it now? And also, if we are talking about Asian hate, it looks like all of you guys talk about similar things. You're pushing an agenda to us. Okay, what about the same agenda, BLM? What have we done with Black Lives Matter? How much money have we spent? How many buildings have we burned? How many people? How much money have go into that? Is there any result coming from it? Yes. You know what? People are hateful. Maybe because of stress. Are you actually doing anything to actually for helping people for de-stressing by keep talking about this? Okay. What does that do? Okay. And also what is the, okay. And let's talk about the critical race theory. Okay. Why are we keep bringing separating? What does that do to any of us? I don't need any more stress. I don't need you to protect me. Okay. You protect me today, turn around in a few months, you're going to protect somebody else. And then you make people afraid of me. No, I don't need your help. Okay. We survive United States. We love this country and we love everyone. There's no color. Stop making the color. Okay. It's all political. Okay. And stop indoctrinating. I see all you fake experts. Stop pretending you know all these. You know what? do something right, okay? Stop indoctrinating. Stop telling me how to behave. You guys have no power over anyone trying to tell people how to think, how to behave. If you want, control your own kids first, okay? You can't even control your own kids, and now you're gonna use this, all these to, oh, don't tell me the feelings, do the right thing. We all need to know to do the right thing. You don't try to set some rules. Rules does not work, okay? We each have to do the right thing on our own. You do not have right over any other people. Otherwise, it's communist, okay? You all know what communism is. Why are you part of this? What do you want out of your children? Why are you pushing this thing on? There is no end to this. You guys better stop it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge that during public comments, we allow everyone to speak, and then afterwards we'll have an opportunity ourselves to answer questions and to comment. I know one of the things that we just discussed is to repair and interrupt, but I do want to give everyone an opportunity first, and then we'll be able, council members, to respond however we feel appropriate. But just wanted to acknowledge just the format of how this works. So Cindy is next.
Hi, I want to ask the community to stand against hatred of all community members, including myself. My name is Cindy Sheehan. I have been a Los Gatos resident for 21 years. My two boys have attended Van Meter, Fisher, and Los Gatos High School. I was an active parent volunteer for most of those years and chaired multiple committees. I have always had a good reputation amongst teachers, staff, and parents. I have never been accused of racism, bigotry, fascism, or any other form of hate during that time. Since 2015, I have been a very vocal and proud supporter of Donald Trump, both as citizen and then as president. Due to the mainstream media misrepresentation of President Trump supporters, I have made it my mission to stand strong for my beliefs while going out of my way to treat my community with kindness in an effort to represent President Trump supporters for who we are instead of who the establishment politicians and mainstream media have made us out to be. Up until the election was stolen, you would have rarely found me without a smile on my face. However, when I am attacked physically, personally, professionally, or through social media, cyberbullying, and doxing, I fight back and I use all my resources to do it. I sometimes use the same tactics used against me, and sometimes I react in a way to get the attention of those involved. But I have never started an altercation. I have only publicly acknowledged the attacks against me. There are no public platforms or movements in the town council, our schools, or our police department for conservatives in Los Gatos. The current movements acknowledged by those same institutions and everyone on this screen is extremely hateful and divisive towards us of all colors. I have personally been physically attacked on 2 different occasions downtown Los Gatos in the last 2 years, once by a woman and another by a young man. I have also been professionally doxxed multiple times, affecting my employment. And not to mention the thousands of online attacks against me on almost every social media platform, organized by almost every Democrat hate group. In every instance of confrontation, the intolerant disruptors have approached us at our very peaceful and fun gatherings, never the other way around. A few examples of that are a local doctor that threw potting soil all over a group of President Trump supporters. Another was an attack on me by the young Asian man, influenced by a group of Los Gatos High School BLM students. And a week after that, an elderly Asian woman supporting President Trump was thrown to the ground by a self-identified communist from Campbell, causing her to leave in an ambulance from injuries, after he attempted to run the group over and shoot them with an airsoft gun. No statement was made by any of your institutions in Los Gatos until I called the police department the following day and demanded it. After all of that, I will say we don't have a racial divide, we have a political divide, and we need to stop identity politics now.
Thank you. And as I mentioned to others, if anyone is ever physically harmed or feel threatened, please immediately call the police. That's regardless of political ideology. Today, we want to ensure that everyone feels safe in this community. Chris Novak.
Hello, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for holding this forum. Really appreciate it. I am an immigrant, lived in the Bay Area for 20 years in Silicon Valley here. Had a family member graduate from Los Gatos High School. So spent many years and hours in the community. And I just want to say thank you for, having a focus on avoiding hate crime and violence. But let's be fair about this too. I mean, I'm listening to the other callers, and it really seems that I'm hearing you talk the talk, but I'm going to challenge each one of you to walk the walk, because so far I don't think you've done it, just based on what I've heard. I'll also give you my anecdotal evidence as well, and that is I've seen just oppression and antagonism against people that don't agree with a certain given groupthink. Groupthink is a very dangerous thing, especially when you don't permit free thought, free speech. You really need to engage people. I personally go out of my way to engage people with different and opposite political views because I don't want to be blindsided. I want to be able to challenge with my arguments and my evidence. But when we step away from that and have just punishment and ostracizing for people that don't go along with the agenda, that is a Maoist kind of philosophy and agenda. And we appear to be going in that direction. Los Gatos has got so many talented, bright, educated people. So I'm shocked in many cases that they would be the ones going along with this agenda. There is a lot of teen suicide, a lot of teen depression, a lot of teen mental issues in Los Gatos. I know this from secondhand experience, from what I hear from students there, and from evidence of other mental health care professionals. And I just want to say that there's a lot of power and a lot of money and agendas there. And I think you all know what the problems are. And it appears that this is a bit patronizing when you pick out one class and identify it, when frankly I heard that one story of there's an Asian man who looked like a boxer that was trying to take out a woman, a white woman, right? So the CDC has identified Los Gatos and Silicon Valley as a hotbed for teen suicide. Part of this is this oppression and even the lockdown issue. It's political. So I recommend that you do the right thing. Racism is as racism does. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for sharing your opinions today. We welcome that. Next speaker is Kai. And just a reminder for those that have spoken, given the time constraints that we have and a full agenda, I am just calling on each person once. So Kai?
Okay, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, hi, my name is Kay. I've been here in the United States for 22 years now, and I've been traveled all over the world. But I just want to let you know, guys, that I've never been discriminated until now that I became a Trump supporter. When I went to Los Gatos with some of my friends, it's because I'm a Filipino American and I have my my Trump hat. And then the only thing I felt discriminated the whole entire time being here in the United States is because I'm not allowed to be a Trump supporter because I'm Asian, I'm Filipino, So I do believe that I always live by this code that no one will make me feel inferior without my consent. And I don't think no one can actually save me. The only thing that can actually save me is I myself. That's why I do believe that we have to save our Second Amendment. And then I think with all the cops, with this, now the Asian crime is going on, I think if we have cops all over Los Gatos or any cities, I think that could help. But the only thing I can say is no one will make me feel discriminated, and no one will actually intimidate me, just me, myself. And so that's all. The only thing I made feel discriminated is because I became a Trump supporter. And other than that, I travel the world. I travel in other countries, Boston, and all 50 states, I never feel discriminated and just now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and sharing that. Next speaker, Jeff Suzuki. Jeff, unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I actually had remarks prepared, but I don't think I'm going to read them tonight because these last calls have been, these last public comments have been very disheartening, honestly, to hear. There are grand conspiracy agendas that are planning to indoctrinate the youth in this country, or cultural Marxism, or it's really sad. It's really sad to hear this, because there are genuine problems against Black people, against Asian Americans in this community. In the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, I've had so many conversations with parents who are scared of bringing their kids to the downtown or to the grocery store, with people who are planning to move out of this community because they are sick and tired of being alienated and harassed, and with individuals who are anxious when walking alone, and that includes myself. There is no shortage of people of color who are coming forward about feeling unsafe. And for many of these people, they chose to follow the reports the police has recommended by the town council and town manager, and uniformly across the board, they have told me that they don't feel safer as a result. They don't feel welcome nor safe. Regarding Mr. Rosen's words on hate incidents and hate crimes, I can't help but to feel that we actually need dedicated resources in this community for hate incidents before they metastasize into another wave of hate crime. I want the town council and the manager to sincerely ask themselves, do you think that our resources are sufficient right now for this? Do you think that the mobile crisis response team with the county, the MCRT, is sufficient for this purpose? Because according to a public records request I sent back in February, we've coordinated with the county a grand total of 4 times since September, 4. And we've been told repeatedly that we have the county and the police. But when people of color, including minors, are harassed and intimidated, they're told that the other side is merely exercising their First Amendment rights, and they feel like the police aren't really doing much. So do we have the county, the police? I want you all to think about this and please do something material about it. And Cindy, since you're here, I hope you face justice for throwing that beer bottle at that Asian man's face. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members and public, I do want to take a quick pause. As we were promoting this event and coordinating with DA Rosen, I'm grateful that there are many that are coming forward and sharing their stories. I did coordinate with DA Rosen. He has a 9 o'clock work call, and I did promise that he would be able to jump off in plenty of time for that call. So I did want to acknowledge the speakers that we will return to public comment, but I also want to honor that commitment that I made to DA Rosen. And so DA Rosen, I appreciate you staying as long as you can. Obviously, you've heard our concerns, you've heard our community. If there's any last words you'd like to share with us? I know that the town manager, Chief DeSena, and I will continue the conversation with you, but I did want to give you an opportunity to share any final thoughts before you depart for the evening.
Thank you very much. It's just, if there's another ongoing investigation, it doesn't involve Los Gatos, that I'm going to be on a call about at 9 o'clock. I just want to say thank you. I've heard the concerns that have been raised by members of the town council, as well as members of the town of Los Gatos, the concern about hate crimes, the desire to reduce hate crimes and reduce hate incidences, and to try to encourage more respectful and warm behavior amongst everyone in your community. And I applaud you on that. And I think that while this meeting has been quite spirited, we have a First Amendment, and it's nice to see people exercising that. And I think you've run a very good meeting, Madam Mayor, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. And so I turn back to our public testimony. Yvette, let's see if this time we can work it. And if not, we'll turn to Ross Hanson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Yvette.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Yvette, and I'm calling to say that I think the hate crime that is being committed is pushing the narrative of racism. And I think that is very dangerous. And my father is part Black, my mother is Asian, and I have gone to Los Gatos many, many times. And I lived all over in California, and I have never, ever gone anywhere fearing for my safety, fearing of being a victim for a hate crime. And I think you're pushing this narrative is what is dangerous. That is what is causing the divide. And in fact, the division is political. It isn't racism. And what you are doing is exactly what the Germans did by calling, for instance, somebody had mentioned, one of the ladies mentioned being attacked for not wearing a mask. And it's like making people afraid of people who are not wearing a mask. And it's not unsimilar what Hitler did by calling the Jews dirty. And it's the same thing, making them afraid of people who are not masked. So I think what you're doing is very dangerous, and you need to stop pushing this racist narrative that doesn't exist. And just because maybe a person who is looking out to attack somebody, they have issues and they are looking to hurt somebody or take advantage or steal from them, just because the perpetrator and the victim is of different race does not make it a race issue. So stop creating a race issue. Stop creating this divide. If you want unity, then stop pushing this lie and stop silencing the people who are on the right. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. Pat H.
Sorry, did you call me?
No,
Can you
I
say
called.
something again?
I'm sorry. Pat
Mayor, it looks like Pat H. Must have
Okay.
lowered their hand right when I went to allow them to talk.
Okay, so Sanas.
Hi, thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm an immigrant and I have lived in this area for about 20 years. I'm Middle Eastern and I know what it's like to be discriminated against. And my heart truly goes out to everyone who's being discriminated against. It's really sad to hear all these stories of every color, being discriminated against. I have never felt so uncomfortable living in this area. Not so much because of my race and looks, but because of the big political divide here right now. It seems like there's so many angry people out there and so much hate. And it's like, I don't know if it's the year in lockdown and the pandemic. I feel like a lot of people are on edge and it's very unhealthy. And I can't even walk outside with my toddler who isn't even 2 years yet without someone telling me to put a mask on him and treating him like he's a walking pathogen. He's not even 2 yet. And because of this, I rarely go to our local parks now. It's a very negative vibe. And I feel like people have become very rude lately in this area and they feel like they should tell others what to do. And this really breaks my heart. And I just, want this political divide to stop and for us to go back to, like just everyone being nice to each other. And, it's sad. But I just wanted to, talk about some solutions at a local level. I'm a mother of 3 children, and I volunteer in their class every year. And I was part of a Cornerstone program before the pandemic happened. And it's a program where you talk about a lot of this stuff with children. You talk about being an upstander, not being a bystander, what we talked about earlier. And I'm always one of those people who, when I see something, I get involved. And I feel like I went all these years without having to like really be an upstander. But in the last year, there's been so many incidents where people, of all color, people just attacking each other for different things. Like I said, people are on edge, and I've had to jump in so many times with my kids, and to even, to set a good example for them. I've had to jump in and be an upstander and defend the person who's being victimized. And I think that's something that I learned myself from being in Cornerstone and teaching kids about standing up for what's right. And I just wanted to say that everyone should feel comfortable here, regardless of what race they are, what political affiliation they have, and it shouldn't be one side pushing their views. I think everyone should be able to talk. And I do appreciate this open forum for everyone to be able to talk about how they feel. I think we need more of this type of thing where we can all talk about where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for sharing your views. Marcia Pellett Elliott.
There, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
Okay,
you and
great.
welcome.
I'm, first of all, so appreciative of your coming together to create this meeting and to speak as you have. And it is clear to me, listening tonight, that there are great needs in our community for understanding. Years ago, I had the privilege of working on a community-wide effort called Alive and Loving Life, that was the catalyst for which was very sad, the death of a student as a result of drunk driving. But that model was powerful, and what it involved was the coming together of all the stakeholders in the community, the police, the town, the schools, local organizations, and about half of the participants in it were students. And together, we created ways of increasing understanding and finding more comfort in being in our community. It is what I would recommend, and I would hope, is that a similar kind of effort could happen around this topic of increased understanding, and where we involve all of the key stakeholders in the community and sponsor real training opportunities, because these things require skill. To your point, as Councilman Rennie was asking, what do we actually do? How do we intervene? When and how? So I would hope, and I would be happy, eager to be a part of it, that maybe we can create a similar kind of community-wide effort. I worked with Chief Seaman at the time, and he promoted community policing and involved students in that effort. And there was a lot of visible action by the police that I think contributed to this whole effort. So there's a way, I think, that we can come together with the religious community, our town, the school, and all of the key businesses to come to talk about how are we going to create a community where everyone feels like they belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Keith.
Hello, can you hear me, folks?
We can. Welcome.
Great, thank you so very much. I hadn't planned on speaking tonight, but upon hearing some of the other participants, I felt that I had to share my experience that happened to me in Los Gatos. Many of you on this panel have already heard, so I apologize for the repetition, but I think my point of view, in my experience, needed to be heard. So in Los Gatos on January 2nd, 4 days before the insurrection at the Capitol, my 13-year-old son and I were driving on North Santa Cruz Avenue and heading to Black Cat Hats to visit his mom. The Stop the Steal protesters were walking into traffic, blocking business entrances, and screaming and using bullhorns. One person on a bullhorn, a man, asked 2 teen girls if they were Republicans. Mocking this man, the girl said, "Oh, yeah, right," and walked away. The guy, not knowing or caring if they were sarcastic, said on the bullhorn, "Yes, beautiful Republican girls on the inside and outside," and continued slathering on about how beautiful they were. Never mind that they were trying to put as much distance between what looked like their 15 to 16-year-old selves and him. And as I inched forward in traffic, I shook my head in disgust. Then multiple individuals approached my side of the car and screamed at me for shaking my head, made menacing gestures, and called me a commie. They were also screaming about January 6th, and how it was right around the corner, and how Trump was going to win, and they were going to kill us, quote, homophobic slur, liberals, unquote. I shook my head again and reminded them that their guy lost and that they were traitors. That made them insane. They got close to my car and yelled that I was a homophobic slur and said, upon noticing my son, "We'll be effing your wife later." They were persistent with letting me know how they really wanted to rape any woman they considered to be my significant other. Then they moved toward my son in the passenger seat and repeatedly told him that I am a pedophile and a homophobic slur. One of them got closer to the car and told him that his dad takes it up the posterior end. Rather than spending the rest of my life in prison, I decided to laugh at them and call them losers and traitors. The Trump supporters on both sides of the street were apoplectic at this point, screaming obscenities and waving their flags. I moved ahead and away, putting them in the rearview mirror. I share this only tonight because upon hearing some of the participants, cognitive dissonance and projection is very real. And you folks there on the panel, I do not envy you for having to confront an issue like this, because this is a cult and cults never end well.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine.
Hi, this is Catherine with the Chamber of Commerce, and I wasn't actually going to comment on this topic tonight, but a word keeps coming to mind. First of all, I have to say to all of you panelists, you put yourselves out there, and I'm not sure this discussion went exactly as you wanted it to. So I feel kind of badly, but I do think it shed light on some of the things maybe that we're missing. And so I think the word that comes to mind is grace. And it's a big word, a heavy word. And I think we do, though, there's something to this conversation tonight that makes me think that maybe we're really not listening to everybody. I mean, this is it's not necessarily just race relations. I'm sure that's, come out of this past year. But there are so many other groups that feel disenfranchised or alienated due to gender or their sexual preference, age, culture, religion, politics, handicaps, whatever the identifier is. I mean, we have to figure out how to give those people, and it's hard for me to say because I don't agree with all what these people are, what they're promoting or what they believe or who they voted for. But we have to give them the opportunity to speak up as well, because it isn't being an upstander listening to everybody. And I know we don't, all of us, like all you panelists, like we all kind of think the same way, but other people don't think that way. And so really more the question is like, how do we have constructive conversations where everybody is heard? And it is through grace. And it is through just listening and opening our hearts and opening our minds. And I say that kind of more as a plea of like, you guys, this is killing our town. We're too good for this, but we have to start, I don't know, I don't know where that dialogue even starts or that conversation even starts, but I think the conversations are a lot harder and a lot deeper than we even imagined after this conversation tonight. And I think it's great that we started it, but now we got to finish it. We're in. So I don't know where we go from here, Mayor. But thanks for having this, and we can do it.
Thank you. Dalila?
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Dalila Epperson. I'm the chapter lead for Act for America here. And I would really be curious where you guys are getting your data from the hate crimes. And I'm only asking because my information is from OAN News, OneAmericaNews.com, and Epic Times. And I also go and listen to some other news sources like CNN, but there's such a disparity between the two. So when I'm listening to your numbers and data sources and stories, it makes me wonder. A great example is March 18th, the Atlanta spa shooting. Now, we were being told that this guy had a sex addiction, and that's why he went and shot them up. And he had visited those spa institutions several times. I go to CNN and it's against Chinese. I go to OAN and Epic. And Epic, by the way, was created by a Chinaman from Falun Gong in that area. So he's very well versed. They're saying it was because of sexual addiction. So the disparity between what's true and the lies that are being brought out from mainstream media are exact opposite of each other. And that's one of the huge problems that's going on. We know, the people know that this is not the truth that we're being told over and over again, the numbers, the information. The real problems here are election integrity, the socialist agenda that's happening to America. We need voting reform. These are the issues that need to be talked about and need to be fixed. Critical race theory. And on the bigger scale, HR 1 and HR 5, there's just such a huge disconnect between government officials and the people, and the disparity is really disheartening. So I would ask you to go to OAN and look at that news source, and go to Epic Times and look at that news source, because that's what we should be talking about. That's where the divide is. It is a political divide. I've never been talked against except when I put my Trump hat on. That's the only time. And I get called a Karen all the time whenever I wear my Trump hat. So thank you for your attention in this matter, and thank you for this platform.
Thank you. Lindley Hogan?
Good evening, and thank you, Town Council, for listening to me this evening. I've lived here in this beautiful town since 1967, which is probably longer than most of you. I have not experienced any racism here, nor have I ever seen any racism here. Of course, if you look at the statistics, you will notice that currently there are 78% white people, 15% Asian, 8% Hispanic, and a whole whopping 0.9% Black. 70% of the people living in this town do have a 4-year degree. So I would have to imagine most people in this town know better than to be racist. I would like to say that I was bullied myself between 1981 and 1986. It was a lovely 5 years where I was told by the vice principal of Saratoga High School and other authorities who I consulted with that it was because of the way I looked. That's what they told me, the way I looked. Can you imagine the way I looked? Can you imagine the way I look today? What color do you think I am? Do you know what sexual orientation I am by the voice? Who do you think I am? Well, I'm the mother of 3 kids, and I've experienced a hell of a lot of hell in this town. I have experienced, I saw the Asian lady get knocked down at the plaza. I saw the Asian man attack Cindy, and no, there was no beer throwing, but the beer did drop when she moved very quickly. I did have a lady hater who, listen. Did you hear that? She actually approached me, ran across the street because I wasn't wearing a mask, accused me of being a Trumper, and told me, confessed to me that she hated me because she thought I was a Trumper. I've also had white young girls in this neighborhood in which I live here in downtown Los Gatos throw eggs at my house because they didn't like my Trump signs. I just the other day had a bottle of Coke thrown all over my car because I wrote, Jesus is real and Biden is fake. Then I also had my Japanese neighbor actually blatantly tell me that because I'm white, I'm too good to have cut down the tree between us. Wow. I have been treated like an absolute disease at Happy Dragon, where the employee had the nerve to tell a third person to be careful of me.
Ms. Logan, Ms. Hogan, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. At this time, I see no other hands. I do see one hand from Alicia, but Alicia, as I mentioned earlier, given the time constraints, I'm not calling on people twice. I do know that I did get a request for a bathroom break. So I'm going to temporarily pause this meeting because I see hands raising. But before I do, I want to also honor the same request that I made to DA Rosen and ask our 3 panelists if I realize that this has taken more time than I anticipated. I thank you very much for your participation and also want to give you an opportunity and to honor my commitment. So should you wish, if you have other commitments and you wish to make final comments, feel free to do so now. But I do want to also acknowledge that I think it's dangerous to assume that because I invited panelists to speak tonight that we all think the same. I think one of the things that I heard is that we all want to be a community upstander and listen to one another, but I don't want to speak for anyone else. And so I ask my panelists, if any of you do have to leave for the evening and would like to make comments before we take a temporary break, just raise your hand. Yes, Rabbi Aaron.
I appreciate the opportunity to say a word, and I am a little bit shell-shocked to respond, but I just want to speak not only for myself, but for the entire Jewish community to say how appalling it has been to us to hear these false equivalencies about the experience of Jews during the Hitler regime. And I would be glad to provide at some other time more in-depth material on the history of that era. But to hear these false equivalencies used is very painful to me and would be painful to the entire Jewish community. It is very important that people have the opportunity to speak and to be heard, but we also need to remember the lesson of the 1930s, that is, democracy can be undone by undemocratic actors, and that when big lies are repeated over and over again, it does become difficult for people to sort out truth and lies. So it is difficult to confront a divided community, and it is sobering to hear many viewpoints that feel to me very extreme and very inhospitable to those who might have a different religious background or ethnic background in our community. And the last thing I would just say, I had some other stories that were from way back, but just a brief story. This morning or this afternoon, I was at a program of the American Leadership Forum with a gentleman who had a very successful career here in Silicon Valley, who happens to be Vietnamese. And I think because of his success, he is the patriarch of his family. And he spoke very painfully about what he feels he is called upon to do to offer protection to his family members, particularly elderly family members, in the fear that they are experiencing right now. And I don't believe that is imaginary or made up. I believe that is a reality here in our valley. So I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you for giving me this moment to say a last word.
Thank you. And Rabbi Aaron, I hope by asking you to participate, it has not caused you any pain, and I'm sorry.
No, it's better to know the world we live in than to live ignoring realities. I don't know if Vice President Rennie's question is for me or for someone else. I'll hold on just a minute before I get off.
Okay, thank you. And Christy?
I too want to thank you very much for including me. And I also wanted to echo what you had said, Mayor Sayak, about it's dangerous to presume that all of us on a panel or on a screen have the exactly same thinking. And I think that's really what we're actually getting at the root of, is having more of an elastic view of how we could think and how we can evolve in our thinking. And the hope is we listen and we're curious about each other's experiences, but rather than cancel each other out or veer toward an extreme, maybe we try to come together and realize we're all human beings and we can all recognize injustice when we feel it. But we also have a responsibility in examining our own selves and the role we play in creating a more just and inclusive and safe society. And I appreciate being part of this. And I feel like the work is eternal. It never ends, but we keep trying and we don't give up. Thank you.
And again, I appreciate, I know that I've asked for more time, and for those that I will, Vice Mayor, I know that we are going to go back to public comment. I do want to take a quick break. Is your question specific to Rabbi Aaron or Christy before they depart?
Well, 2 minutes. I just wanted to thank them before they leave for their contributions and being here. And I want them to know, I mean, they may feel shell-shocked for different reasons, but or maybe they weren't as effective as they thought they were going to be. But I disagree completely. I see this, the discussion was about how do you deal with hate? And it doesn't matter what kind of hate it was. We started talking about Asian hate, but it still could be, if you're a Trump supporter and people hate you because you're a Trump supporter, it's still the same techniques about not escalating a situation, about supporting your fellow Trump supporter that's experiencing hate, putting your hand on their shoulder so they don't escalate the situation. I think it's about trying to not respond, and the discussion should be about issues, not about people, right? I think, and that's kind of what we're talking about, is it's okay to disagree about issues, but we shouldn't go into the people part of it, right? And that's what it sounds like some of what's happening, that gets into this political hate, and then people just spew racial slurs as their way of, I don't know, fighting back or whatever. And we need to keep in mind that we need to try to keep it at the issues and not at a personal level. And I think what the 3 panelists were teaching us can be effective from whatever side of the hate you're on, right? It's about de-escalating. So I just want to thank them and tell them I think they were effective.
Yes. Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. And so with that, I will return to public comments. If we can take a break, I know I've kept people longer than I asked for, so appreciate your time, your wisdom, and your community spirit. Thank you. And so if we could just return back at 9:20 and we'll resume. Thank you. for the break. We are now resuming our hearing. As I mentioned, I will continue to take public comments. And we now turn to Eric West. And actually, before I do that, Kareem, I want to also offer you the opportunity. I know I've asked for more time than you committed to. If you also need to attend to other matters.
I'm okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Eric West.
Yes, I would like to identify that two of my youngest children, who are both adults now, were born in Los Gatos. And the reason they were is because I didn't want to lose my freedom while giving birth. I could have qualified for government to pay for my baby, but I wanted the choice myself. Therefore, I paid everything cash up front. I graduated from the largest private university in the United States. And after, with that 4-year degree in broadcast news, I learned that nothing over the TV was true 25 years ago. So I self-sponsored myself through 2 police academies. And California's police academy was the second police academy that I self-sponsored myself through with a college degree. The taxpayers saved $28,000 if they hired me because I was already trained on my dime, not being an employee of the state. And the reason why I bring this up is because in the police academy in California in 2000, they said that my faith, 2 Christian faiths, believe in killing people. And I raised my hand and disagreed because mine was one of the ones that they mentioned. And I raised my hand twice. And on break, I caught the instructor in the hall and tried to straighten him out one more time. And I testified of this at a community event 17 years later of what happened in the academy. And they told me, the community organizer said someone came in and complained that I raised my hand like a Nazi. Rabbi Aaron, I bless you for bringing things out in silence. I pulled my son out of high school and took him to this U.S. District Court against Google because the 10 Commandments were being restricted just like pornography. I was at the rally on January 2nd. I talked to the police officers and I tried to help them. It was a peaceful time until our numbers dwindled and then the hatred arose. Hatred it has a political twist, not a skin color.
Thank you. Next speaker, Joseph.
I've loved being a Los Gatos resident for over 10 years. It's a wonderful community. And thank you all for all you've been doing on this topic and others. I think we should obviously stand together for anybody who's subject to a hate crime, the violence, and certainly the bigotry as well. The topic du jour is of Asians. Why are Asians suddenly having an upsurge in more hate crimes, the violence and the rhetoric? Could it be because our government officials have now sanctioned racism? What I haven't seen on item number 11 is a condemnation of racism. And I think there should be a condemnation of racism, not just violence and hatred, but racism as well. We've okayed now racism against Asians in admissions, violent discrimination of Asians in academic policies, getting jobs, getting government assistance. And these things have all tailed on the same administrations and racisms against whites. When government green lights the us versus them mentality, Some people act on it. What I would love to see is item number 11 changed so that we are also against racism of all sorts. And I mentioned it not only about the diverse communities, but all communities in which our diversity entails. I think that would actually help as well from some of the racist actors who do horrible things. Some of them might be rallying around the intolerance they're feeling here in the Bay Area. It's a wonderful area. I haven't felt much racism here in Los Gatos. But I've been to 70 some countries, and by far the most racist area I've ever been to is the Bay Area. Far and away. Certainly not intolerant overall, I should say. Intolerant at all, and racist in particular. It's wonderfully tolerant in some ways. It's a wonderful area, the Bay Area, in many, many, many ways. But it's people rejoice in their intolerance here. They're proud of their intolerance here. And what I would love to see is we can uniformly condemn racism of every sort against every group, from the governmental level on down. It shouldn't be politically correct to go after one group. It's horrible what Asians have experienced now. We've had a whole summer of YouTube videos of people clocking people who are of the white race, and not a mention is made of that anywhere. Why is that racism fine and not to be mentioned? But do you see how that eggs on people? If you can do that against one group, why not do it against the other group? If you can discriminate against Asians in admission, others, why not discriminate against Asians here? And if you can do this against Asians there, why not do other things against Asians? Anyhow, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Amy.
Hi, am I allowed to cede my time to Alicia?
Actually, no.
Oh.
But welcome to hear from you, Amy.
Okay. Well, it was worth a try. Well, what I prepared is at this point irrelevant given how this conversation has gone. So I just have a couple things to say. Unfortunately, masks were made political, and that's very unfortunate, and it shouldn't have happened. Basically, masks stop the spread of a virus that's killed. I lost count, but I know more than 500,000 people just in this nation alone. People in other countries have been wearing masks for years if they have a cold and they have to go to work or the grocery store or the subway or whatever. It's just like normal in some other countries to stop spreading the common cold when you, yeah. And I think, I'm no expert, but I feel like racism is being confused with prejudice and discrimination. We all have prejudice and we all sometimes discriminate against other people for whatever reason, whether, you know, they voted for Biden or they voted for Trump or whatever. That's different than racism. So I think if we all take a really good hard look at our country and the founding of our country and recognize our history, racism has been systemic in this nation, and it's built into the fabric of the nation and the way governments operated. And we're continually trying to eradicate that as time goes on so that there is actual equality for all. We keep working on it. So let's not confuse racism or systemic racism, systematic racism, whatever you like to call it, with prejudice and discrimination. We're not going to get people to like everybody. But what we need to do is make sure that everybody feels safe walking around this town, this county, this Bay Area, this state, this nation. Well, I'll stop at this nation. And I think a lot of the people who are being subjected to this bad behavior and being called names are told to report it to the police. And a lot of these people, they don't even trust the police. So we need to be talking about some additional mechanism for people to report these incidents besides reporting it to the police.
Thank you.
When there's no physical violence involved. Thank you.
And that concludes the, I see Vita, and then I see no other hands. And so Vita, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this meeting. I just listening to today's meeting, honestly, I feel very afraid. I feel afraid for our children. I feel afraid for ourselves. This is scary that people are feeling, right and left. They feel unsafe and there's so much anger. I think if we as adults cannot control our behavior and tolerate each other, how would our teenagers behave? And how we can be safe? How can we make sure that nobody acts on these rhetorics and something bad happens? We need to be aware of that. We need to understand each other, tolerate each other for whatever beliefs we have, whoever we support. We just have to start creating more tolerance toward each other, love each other. All of the religions talk about loving each other if we are religious. Or if we are human beings, it's all about loving each other, just like we love nature, we love animals, we love other creatures. Let's not do this. If adults do this, what will happen in the mind of a 16-year-old, 17-year-old? We've seen how much damage has been done, how many bad incidents happen, and shootings and all that. So I really encourage everyone to try to be more tolerant towards each other and act like adults, and keep this town safe, keep our children safe, and teach them how to live with each other with different beliefs and different ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Vita. And are there any other speakers that would like to speak on this item? I see no hands raised, so I'm going to close public testimony. And I am going to open it up to my council members. But before we do so, I want to just comment and reflect on a couple of what I've heard today. I want to make it absolutely clear that when I brought this agenda item in consultation with Town Manager Provetti, it was not to cause division. It was not to indoctrinate. It was not to push an ideology, political or personal. It was intended to let those that are in the shadows understand that their fear is validated, it's being heard, and that there's actually a community that understands what fear looks like. I'm one of them. And so in no way was there an attempt to silence one voice over another. I think the fact that we, courteously listened to everyone, tried to understand people's different viewpoints, and tried to emphasize that we are trying to stand together in solidarity as a town that is deeply divided right now. That is what the purpose is. And I think it is evident that we have lots of work to do. It's absolutely evident that people do not feel safe, and that is why our chief is here. But it is absolutely evident that we need to actually listen to one another and stop talking over each other and making presumptions that because we stand a certain way, we look a certain way, or we may speak a certain way, that we come from a certain political ideology that is trying to indoctrinate the other. I feel bad that I caused one of our panelists to experience great pain. So again, words matter. I ask all of you to remember that. Councilmember, any comments? Go ahead, Maria.
I want to thank Kareem for bringing up the beautiful poem that Jen started us off with, our poet laureate, sorry, where she described the feeling, the senses, the being at the farmer's market. And I think what you spoke about, Kareem, in terms of what would happen if she were treated poorly, I was floating along on another thought that every single person that enters our community, that's part of our community, should be able to float on those sentiments. They should be able to come in this community, enjoy the flowers, taste the food, enjoy the market, and be in our town and feel all of the positives that was described so eloquently by our poet. And I don't have an ideology, but I have a sense that as a representative in this community, it's important to me that everybody be able to feel safe, be able to enjoy themselves, and not ever be harassed because of what they're wearing, what they look like, what language they speak. And I don't want to hear false equivalencies about indoctrination. I don't believe when somebody tries to tell me that masking is political, it's science, that those are things that should be dividing us. I do believe if somebody's harassed or threatened, everybody, regardless of who is threatening them or harassing them or for what reason, should be able to report it to the police. But I know that we have a problem with people feeling insecure here and being targeted for all the wrong reasons. And we need to be part of that conversation and take action to make sure that everybody can enjoy what I enjoy about Los Gatos.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for initiating this session, as painful as it has been. And I appreciate the focus of this session on dealing with the public expression and the ways to deal with public expression, not only of language of hate, but also actions of hate. I would point out that there is another side of this that is coming to the forefront, and that's dealing with the cause and how did we get here. And it's clear from listening to comments that there is a difficulty in people objectively understanding bigotry and where it comes from. And the fact that bigotry comes from prejudice, which in another way is saying prejudging, and it's a way of thinking and thinking about the other as compared to understanding. So there's a lot of work not only in this public expression, but also in training minds to recognize when this prejudging is occurring, when false equivalency is apparent, when a news source is not based on facts at all. And being able to recognize that as a skill that isn't, I don't believe, going to develop at the kitchen table or in social media. I think those skills are going to be taught in school. And I think that we need to think about ways to engage more closely with our school so that this kind of thinking can be a part of the curriculum, and that resources from our town can engage with our school where we can interrupt some of these root causes that are manifesting in hate speech and hate action. I know we have a bit of a bright line between town government and school government, but I think we need to be creative about how to do this because we are in the same place. And if we don't make some progress at the in this teaching how to recognize prejudice and how to think critically, the external manifestation of that is only going to continue. So I think we should also think as a community about how to engage in a productive way with our schools, who I know are doing a lot, but I'd like to try to make the connection a little bit deeper so that it is one community that's dealing with these issues.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, any other comments? Yes, Kareem, thank you.
So kind of echoing what Amy kind of talked about was that we all have biases, and one of the reasons I came today was to recognize that we do have those biases, and we have our own opinions and things, but what we do agree on, and I think it's all across the board we should agree on this, is how we treat one another, regardless of those biases. So one example that I have is that what I've heard of, and I know, again, there's a political spectrum, but for example, targeting young people, targeting minors, taking pictures of them and posting them is not okay. I don't want anybody's child, I don't care whose child it is, that their child should not be subjected to that. And again, I understand that we have differences, and again, we have biases. I come from a particular perspective, but we can't do that. Another perfect example is this, is that regardless of, if someone's wearing a Trump hat or whatever someone's wearing, mask, no mask, whatever it is, it doesn't give me the right to scream and yell at them, to curse at somebody. It's just not okay. And we don't need to do that. We don't need to go there. And what I recognize from being here is that, yes, I have a lot of learning to do as well. I understand there's other perspectives in the town, and I'm willing to listen and hear what other people's opinions are. But one thing I want to share in closing is this, is that Rabbi Melanie Aaron is a mentor of mine. She has served this community for over 30 years, and she's retired. And she came here for the purpose of to serve the community and bring the community together. And just, again, we all have to look at within ourselves and open ourselves to be able to see another side, is that what was said today, especially regarding the Holocaust, and it really cut her deep. And she didn't express it, openly. I think she kind of held it together. She talked about being shell-shocked, but what I can tell you without a doubt it's completely unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. And I understand, again, there's political spectrums and whatever it is, but what was talked about in terms of the Holocaust is completely wrong, is completely false. And what I'm worried about right now is that how do we even have a discussion about truth and honesty? And, kind of what Matthew, what you're talking about is we need to kind of, again, educate ourselves in looking at things objectively and seeing what is reality. But I love Melanie, Rabbi Melanie. She's like a mother to me, and I'm sorry I had to go down that route, but please, community, we need to educate ourselves, because that's not okay. There's no equivalency, and please, I have nothing else to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kareem, for joining us tonight. And I think, I thank all of you for joining us tonight. It was quite sobering. I think all of us learned. It's good that we hear different perspectives. Again, we represent all of you. And I think council and staff, we will work together because I'm determined that ultimately we have to heal the divisiveness in this community, but we do it in a way that respects one another. And we understand the simplicity of being an upstander means watching the words so that we don't hurt another member of our community, or as D.A. Rosen said, an entire culture by actions and by hatred. So with that, I thank each and every one of you. And council, we have certain work ahead of us, so thank you. And Kareem, thank you very much for staying with us the entire evening. Okay, we can now move to item number 14. I'm sorry, item 13, which is to provide direction for the potential uses of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, which is earmarked for Los Gatos, and that any unprogrammed funds should be allocated to the Economic Recovery Fund account. Before we begin, council, I would like to give a caveat that I will be recusing myself from a portion of tonight's meeting. I consulted with our town attorney. There are portions that I can speak and participate on, but when we get to a portion that is specific to nonprofit assistance, I will hand over the meeting to Vice Mayor Rennie, because I do earn income from a nonprofit, and I in any way do not want to have a conflict of interest. So with that, I ask all of us if we could keep our discussion focused on what is outlined in our staff report. There are 6 items, and we save any discussion on nonprofits till the very end so that I can hand over the reins to our Vice Mayor. With that, I now turn to staff for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. So the item tonight has 2 intended purposes. One is to acknowledge receipt of a letter from our congressional representative in Councilwoman Esho's office, acknowledging potential receipt of funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, provide a little bit of context of what the guidelines are around those funds. And then staff provided some recommendations of what are potential eligible uses of those funds consistent with previous actions the council has taken during the past year as it relates to COVID. And so briefly, on March 11th, the American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law by the president. What that means in terms of, I'll start referring to it as ARPA. What that means in terms of ARPA funds is 60 days from that signature, the town, like every other municipality in the nation, is entitled to what's referred to as the first tranche of funds. And so funds will be delivered in 2 tranches. The first is intended to be received 60 days after March 11th. And then the second, the language says no sooner than 12 months from that date. So it'll skip fiscal years, 2 tranches of funds. No one is clear yet. We believe it'll probably be somewhere in the vicinity of 50% each tranche, but that's yet to be determined. Some of the other elements, other than just the timing of receipt of funds, is funds do not have to be expended until December of 2024. So there's not urgency like they are with some other grants where actions need to be completed in a fiscal year or a 12-month period. The sunset on these funds is December 31st, 2024. And then the act had some very specific guidelines. And if it's okay, I'm going to share my screen to just walk through some of those quickly. So the language was very specific, and it outlined 4 areas of what they referred to as eligible uses. The first one is to respond to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019 or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. The second eligibility is to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of the metropolitan city, non-entitlement unit of local government, or county that are performing such essential work, or by providing grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. The third eligible area is for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue of such metropolitan city, non-entitlement unit of local government, or county due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year of the metropolitan city, non-entitlement unit of local government, or county prior to the emergency. And then finally, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So other than that language and a series of webinars that I've attended, there's not a whole lot more in terms of specificity around the eligible uses. That being said, some of the eligible uses are pretty easily defined in the sense that the first set of uses, as I mentioned, is very consistent with previous actions the council has taken, and they're outlined in the memo. And then some of those actions have been giving additional funds to some of the nonprofits that we support that help with insecurity among our community, actions to help economic vitality through the creation of parklets, and then the addition of a grant program for parklets. And so you can see right there, several of the things that the council has already done are very consistent with that first eligibility requirement. The eligibility requirement around lost revenue, the town has been documenting for the past year the consequences associated with the loss of TOT revenue, the loss of sales tax revenue, and other impacts to our budget. And so staff has outlined that that's been clearly articulated and that clearly there has been revenue loss. And so that's also another consistent eligible use. And then lastly, the town does not necessarily provide water services, nor do we provide broadband services, but there is an element of our operations that Public Works oversees in terms of sewer, and so that's also outlined in the memo. And so what staff did was once again kind of looking at previous council actions and kind of seeing the way monies have been expended. We came up with what we thought were reasonable recommendations to initially present to the council. And so I'll put those up on the screen again real quick, and then we'll be available for any questions. So as previously reported, we know that we have an approximate deficit of about 1.2 million to close out fiscal year 2020-21 and approximately 2 million deficit for fiscal year 21-22. So we're recommending using the funds consistent with the guidelines to backfill those revenue losses. In addition, previously, council had provided additional grants to several of our service providers. We're suggesting that we provide additional grants. Staff is also recommending increasing the grant program for the parklets. That would create about another 250,000 in used proceeds. We're also considering continuing a waiver of rent at a 50% level for the town leases. That would be about 180,000, and then continue the continued conditional use permit subsidies at a 50% level, about another 50,000, and then any other council considerations that will meet one of the 4 eligibility requirements. And so with that, we are available for any questions. We've got the whole team here. A lot of the elements of the ARPA go between departments, and so you've got your town department heads and others from economic development here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions to start. It says here we can't use the money to reduce any tax. Are business license fees considered a tax? Because it is helping businesses, which is one of the things we can do.
In the webinars that I've been in, and this section is currently under legal challenge right now, but it's basically if you knew you were in the process of having to increase a tax, using this to mitigate that measure. And so I've heard it discussed, like if you knew you were going to raise water charges, or if you knew you were about to put into effect, an additional parcel tax, you cannot use these proceeds to somehow mitigate a tax that you as a community already thought you needed to do and acted on. In that regard, I don't think the business license necessarily falls into that bucket. But once again, I will caution everyone that other than the language I just showed you, there's not a whole lot of specificity. And so as we move through the process, we could get additional language. For instance, there's a section that I know in the act specifies the governor to start giving definitions of certain terms, and it's yet to be determined, what that means. And so for right now, all of us are working with the language we have. We are seeing consistency in interpretation in some of the webinars I've attended, but we're also seeing areas that will continue to be a little gray until we get further clarification.
Second question. It looks like there's 5.688 million we're expecting to get. You said it wasn't necessarily half. Let's just assume it's half this year, and it's saying it'll be another year before we get the other half of it. But you've kind of laid this out as here's all the money you have. But is there some timing in it, because we're only getting half really this fiscal, just before the end of this fiscal year? I think it was in May or something like that. And then we're not going to get the other half till almost the end of next fiscal year. Does that affect our planning or how much we put where kind of thing?
It could. And you raise a very good point, because it is going to straddle fiscal years. And so if we just assume that it's going to be half, then, let's say we get about 2.8 million in the first part of the year. We know we're looking to close out 2021 with a $1.2 million deficit. And so now we're looking at about 1.4 million in available funds. Now, that being said, when we move to put the budget together, which is one of the reasons we're having this discussion tonight, because we're working to get a budget posted by April 19th in time for the Finance Commission in accordance with Measure A to see it 20 business days before the council has their first discussion. And so any feedback we get this evening will help inform finalizing that budget by April 19th. And so we will recommend utilizing 2 million or whatever the deficit is for 21-22 to help ensure that we can bring a balanced budget before the town council, as we're required to do. Now, that being said, similar with any budget, as we move through the year, and if, for instance, we see that revenues are doing better than we expected, and therefore we no longer need that much of a claim on ARPA funds, we can then, as we would at mid-year or any other time, start to reallocate funding in different directions. And so some of the money will be fungible. Some of the money we may need to wait till the next fiscal year if we don't have resources in the town to advance funding. And so some of that's still going to have to be worked out administratively.
Okay. Question 3, section B, it talks about we can use it to respond to workers performing essential work. Is there a different definition of essential work? It seems like, used in the news and the media, it's not very clear what that means.
So another good, interesting point, because the language here, they use the term eligible employers and eligible workers, where we're used to hearing essential workers as it relates to COVID. And so they've used a different terminology. And there's language kind of deep in the act that says the governor of the state, in our case, that would be Governor Newsom, is to define who eligible workers are. Now, if you use what's already been classified as essential workers, as it relates to COVID vaccination tiers and things of that nature, there's a long list of essential workers already on the state's website, which would encompass most of our employees. If the governor creates a different definition of what an eligible worker is, that's yet to be determined. But the act does seem to leave it in the governor's purview to make that definition. And then another point of clarification would be, is he making a definition for eligible workers at the state level who work for him, or is he making a definition of eligible workers for every eligible worker in the state? And so that's an area where we're going to need some more clarification.
One last question, Mayor, before I turn over to somebody else. In your recommendations section, the first, 6 just says other. So you got five items of recommendation. None of them include the very important option of necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, or things of that sort. I think somewhere it's mentioned we have a lot of storm drain work that needs to be done. I know Shannon Road is sliding away, lots of expense there. How come why is there no recommendation to spend any of it on some of these capital backlogs that we have?
And so part of the reasoning is the language literally only says make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So for instance, Shannon Road, from our interpretation, would not meet that definition. That's why we do have a section where we identify the fact that we do have a stormwater system. And so some of that could be eligible. As this section says, the need far outweighs the 5.7 million that we'll be receiving. However, that's, number 6 is any other areas council would like us to consider. And if you have additional questions about that type of capital improvement work, Director Morley will be more than happy to answer them.
But stormwater doesn't equal sewer.
And this is where Director Morley is going to help me out.
Thank you for the question. So most recently in state law, there's been quite a bit of discussion on storm sewer versus sanitary sewer and the equivalencies of those. And the courts have determined that they can be both be called a sewer system. One's a storm sewer system and one's a sanitary sewer system. So from that technicality, the storm system would qualify in this particular category.
And so just to be clear, we don't think we can use this on roads anywhere then, but we can use it on all the stormwater system upgrades we need to do.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudis. Councilmember, you still on mute?
Yeah.
Sorry, picking up on the discussion about capital projects. Seems to me, so I'm approaching this a little bit differently. In looking at the list of items and the questions that are outstanding, I personally feel it's premature to weigh in on the amounts and the individual items that are in the report. I would approach this a little bit differently, and I would also recommend engaging our Finance Commission in this. And the way I would think about this is developing some principles by which we make these decisions, that we can evaluate the individual line items and the requests that we're getting, and they will continue, I'm sure, to come in as the public is more aware of this. I know many members of the public are still not aware. And spend some time upfront developing some principles by which we make decisions for this. I can give some examples, but one of them will be a nonprofit, so I will not mention that one, but I would say, as an example, that we allocate 30% to long-term effect improvements, and that means capital. Now, since money is fungible, if we're able to fund a certain type that's prescribed here, that then lets us develop other funding sources for other things. And we know that there's a problem in that we don't have a systematic or sustainable funding source for our capital projects. And so I see those coming together as a jump start on capital. So that would be one example. Another example might be to ensure that if private business interests are the recipient of funding or benefits, such as parklets, that these are applied on an equitable basis across the entire town, not just to the downtown and not just to members of the chamber who have a voice, but to the whole town. So I have a few others. One of them relates to nonprofits, so I won't mention it, but that's the way I'm thinking about this at this point. I feel like it's just too early to jump in until we get a few of these questions that Vice Mayor was asking, as well as have an opportunity for our Finance Commission to weigh in.
And I'll just speak to the Finance Commission. On the 19th, they will receive a budget document, and then they will have approximately 5 weeks to deliberate that. So in that regard, given their purview under Measure A, they will have every opportunity to provide advice on what was presented to them. That could mean them recommending that actions that are already embedded in the budget not be taken, or actions that haven't been embedded in the budget should be taken. And so the Finance Commission, we will work with them to ensure that they get as many meetings on the calendar between April 19th and when the council gets it, that they feel they've done appropriate due diligence. One of the reasons we are suggesting allocating funding, at least in terms of backfilling revenue, the guidelines are pretty specific there as opposed to something like the sewer and water. And we do know that we have a deficit for 21-22 that will need to be balanced in one form or another. And so this is a temporary way of ensuring that we post a balanced budget on the 19th. And then the conversations with the Finance Commission and this council can ensue from there. And any changes that are recommended to be made, we can then make. But on the 19th, it will help us present a balanced budget.
So as a follow-up to that, have
Council member, I believe you just froze.
I do believe he has. While he unfreezes himself, Mr. Andrews, we don't need to allocate all these funds, correct?
Correct. The funds do not have to be expended until December 31st, 2024. What staff did was took a look at the 4 eligibility guidelines and then looked at what the council already has a record of doing in terms of economic vitality or supporting struggling communities. And we said this would be a way to proportion additional funds kind of consistent with actions the council has already taken. One of the webinars I was on, given that these are federal dollars, they suggested that to the extent a community can be consistent with actions they've already taken, as opposed to creating something entirely new, that would help if an audit or if language changed, because it can show that we've already documented and been consistent with previous actions.
Thank you for that clarification. And and there we go. Welcome back, council member.
Thank you. I apologize. It sounds like I lost a connection. I was just saying that I think we've identified one mechanism for closing that shortfall.
Council member, I'm afraid you froze again.
Okay, I'm going to restart.
I will say, so we have identified through the Finance Commission and then through the council how to close the budget gap for 2021. We've yet to have a conversation about closing the budget gap for 21-22.
Okay, thank you. And while Councilmember Hughes returns, does anyone else have any questions of staff? I think what I'm going to do is, as Councilmember Hughes returns, he's going to have another opportunity to ask questions. So I am going to go ahead and open public comment so that we can begin that portion of our meeting. And again, for those in attendance, you will have 3 minutes to share your thoughts on agenda item number 13. First speaker, Catherine.
Good evening again, Council. While I appreciate balancing the budget to the tune of $3.2 million, I think that we need to look at other uses because we have an opportunity here. That's a lot of money we're receiving. And now is the time to think a little bit bigger and out of the box. The American Rescue Plan Act money outlines 4 ways in which the communities can use these rescue funds. Rescue is a key word here and very important as you consider what you're going to do with this money. What does rescue actually really mean? ARN just reviewed possible uses for these funds, but some of the uses are better than others. The Chamber fully supports waiving rent completely for our rec center, who serves our seniors and the entire community, actually. We also support waiving fees for NUMU, our local arts museum. The town owns these properties and still charges rent. These organizations are the soul of our town, just like the library. Let's take care of them and give them a chance to run their programs most effectively. And yes, the money should go to struggling nonprofit partners as well. As a chamber, though, we of course focus on our economy thriving. Isn't it obvious? Outdoor dining. The Parklets program is working, so let's take it to the next level. Keep it simple, analyze it. We can keep analyzing it, but again, it's working. Our chamber members want to take outdoor dining to that next step. Jim Foley will speak to that in just a second. I pose the question, how can we survive, how can we thrive, and how can we shine? Well, we've heard tonight, we need to welcome everyone. And to do that, we need to bring events back to town, to shop, to dine, to play. We need money for music, street closures, and banners, and clean and safe streets. The details can be discussed later, but I hope that tonight, Council, you'll see the need to put a good amount of money aside so that we can really do some great programming and create some really memorable events. Thank you.
Next speaker, Amy Davis.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. I'm Amy, I'm the executive director of the new museum, Los Gatos, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for forgiving our rent for this past year on behalf of our board and staff. And I want to tell you a little bit about what rent forgiveness has enabled us to do is to achieve some key mission-aligned goals that directly support the town's priorities for local history, community vitality, and inclusivity. We've been working tirelessly on critical areas like the Los Gatos History Project, making our collection of Los Gatos local artifacts available to all, and delivering a successful virtual Art Now high school exhibition and program featuring teen artists from Los Gatos and across the county, and collaborating with local community partners and beyond, such as the Los Gatos Library and LGS Recreation, to implement programs and exhibitions that provide a platform for underrepresented artists and communities. So we want to say thank you because the rent forgiveness has been a lifeline for these efforts. So I'm speaking today because as we're all learning, NUMU, like other arts and cultural organizations throughout the country, will not fully recover by July. Museums are under more restrictive opening guidelines than other businesses and continue to face disproportionate limitations on activities. And as we plan for next fiscal year, even our best case budget scenario projects a drop in earned income by 1/3. And more realistically, we expect to lose about 2/3 of the earned income we would receive in a normal year through classes, workshops, rentals, and other in-person offerings that don't translate to a virtual model. So we're asking today for time to recoup our losses and work towards fiscal sustainability so we can continue serving the town of Los Gatos. We've been closed to the public for a full year with almost no earned income. However, we believe we serve a vital role in our community's recovery. We're so grateful that the town is already having conversations about rent forgiveness next fiscal year, and thankful in particular to the council and to Laurel and Arn for putting that forward. And we are here today to ask for continued 100% rent forgiveness through fiscal year 2022 so that we can continue to build a sustainable future and continue to meet the town goals for community engagement and inspiration. And we also humbly request that if there are federal stimulus funding to direct some of that to us, commensurate with other nonprofits and businesses in the community. So our relationship with the town of Los Gatos is vital to us and our ongoing ability to serve our community. So thank you from all of us for your continued support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sue Farwell.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
we
can you hear me?
Welcome.
Okay, hey, good evening, council members. Long evening. You have my letter as a desk item on the parklets, and you know where I stand. I know Mr. Foley will be speaking about that in just a few minutes. I hope you take my considerations to heart and help out the stakeholders downtown, business owners, employees, and landlords that have struggled through these incredibly tough times of shelter in place, limited business hours, and limited numbers of patrons, both retail and restaurant, as well as every service industry. Tonight, I would like to talk to you about the parking issues, or more importantly, the implementation of the Dixon parking plan and moving forward with those recommendations immediately. Currently, with the reduction in traffic and parking downtown due to COVID, it is an ideal time to start the various phases of the Dixon parking plan. You will never have such an ideal time to start fresh by creating new parking habits for everyone, business owners, employees, residents, and visitors alike. Everyone will just consider it part of the new normal. You should not hesitate another day to implement the employee parking program and the parking shuttle. It is critical that we fix the employee parking program in town. Now is the perfect time to find temporary wayfinding signs. Using a temporary and less expensive wayfinding sign will start the new habit-forming patterns for everyone downtown. Using signs that are effective but not expensive will allow the council more time to decide on a permanent design. In a few weeks, if not a month or two's time, the town will be so busy. No, it will be packed with residents and visitors alike that have been waiting and wanting to get out to enjoy life. Shopping, eating, drinking, enjoying a picnic in the park. Everyone just out and about enjoying life again. Do not hesitate. Now is the time to go big. Implement the Dixon parking program immediately. Not in a slow roll, but full steam ahead. So we don't have a parking problem, but a great business model for the success of our town. The Dixon parking program is critical to all of the town, and I encourage you to immediately implement not just the first steps, but all the steps necessary to solve the parking issue downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Foley.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Town Council. Thanks for all your time this evening. Certainly a lot to think about on a number of issues. Appreciate you staying late and continuing to cover some of these topics, as they're all very important in different ways. As Catherine had mentioned prior, I want to talk a little bit about the parklets. Tonight I'm representing the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, our membership, and also representing, I'm a co-chair of the Los Gatos Food and Wine Group that is comprised of over 60 restaurants across town. The members of the membership in the Chamber of Commerce and the membership in the Food and Wine Group certainly expands across all of Los Gatos, not just the downtown, to be clear. But as Sue had mentioned, the downtown certainly is a critical part of, it's certainly a big part of the economic engine of Los Gatos. So we have discussed extensively with not only the restaurants, but also the merchants group that's also part of the chamber, and they have all very much said that the parklets have been a critical part of not necessarily recovery, but actually being able to survive through the pandemic. we got a free look at how this can look for our downtown basically over the past year. I don't like to use the term silver linings with something like the pandemic, but if there is one, it was something like this where we were able to see how the alfresco dining works downtown, and it works really well. And there's been a lot of conversation about, how is it going to continue? What is it going to look like as it continues forward? Some of the parklets obviously are temporary and they have issues. There's also been a lot of conversation about streetscape projects and things like that. Really what we are talking about is, we'd like to see you allocate the funds and make the semi-permanent parklets for everyone funded out of the recovery funds. Some of the past parklets, deserve some reimbursement. The temporary parklets might need some funding for the expenditures that they had, and then cover the funding for the future parklets. This is an investment in infrastructure, at least in the 5 to 7 year plan, and something that's really going to take, the Los Gatos recovery effort and kind of be the heart of it. So we believe it deserves full funding. There's close to $6 million in funding available. I know you have some budget issues and some other issues that you're trying to solve, but I think that this is probably where, the lion's share of something that can really be allocated to a meaningful recovery effort should go. And it's going to really, bolster and impact a large and significant part of the business community as we come out of this. So that we were happy to answer more questions or provide more information and feedback from the people that we've been representing. But we'd hope that you'd take that into consideration.
Thank you. And you do have a question from Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the combination of the parklets and the Dixon report, implementing the Dixon report quickly will have a very big impact on downtown. With regard to the parklet part of that, though, the question is there a design that shows where all the parklets should be? Does that involve eliminating all of the parking on North Santa Cruz? I know that under the previous idea, businesses were going to sort of do them as they needed them. But if we are going to allocate full funding, it implies that there might be some kind of a plan or design for all of them.
Well, it's a really important question. I'm glad you brought it up. We had a conversation with Director Morley sort of about what are the different ways that something like this could unroll. I think there's further discussion that needs to occur on it, but the preliminary conclusion was to keep the program similar to what the state is now, which is individual businesses come in and apply. We're just talking about a significant increase on the subsidy side of things. So even prior to learning of the dollar amount of what the recovery funds available from the federal package were, we had been talking with the different businesses and restaurants about what is the feasibility like to build the parklets. And we're hearing from a lot of people that because last year was so difficult, they may not be able to afford, even spending $20 or $25 or $30,000. And they were asking, well, can we get a loan program or what can we do? And we were kind of having those conversations, and we're beginning to bring that back to you as a council and the town staff to talk about what could we do to kind of bolster the grant program. So anyway, back to what we had discussed, I think what we're just talking about is in that grant program, increasing the amount. We had submitted a letter on behalf of one of the subcommittees from the Chamber of Commerce, which is in your packet. And we had assigned, basically $1 million ask, which the way we came up with that is we thought that there could be as many as 20 new parklets under the existing program that might need something like $50,000 to each to be able to get them built. As far as what does the master plan look like, I think there isn't one, and I think again that's through the coordination efforts that had already been put in place under the semi-permanent parklet program. Of course, we'd be open to the town taking on a project. But I think that just becomes a little too complicated and lengthy. I think because the semi-permanent parklet program is already in place, we're simply talking about increasing funding for that. And you'd probably see parklets in the places where you see them now. They'd just be of the permanent style design as opposed to the temporary design.
I guess just to follow up, is there a concern that if they're essentially free, there won't, that anybody will take them anywhere, and that there won't be, a constraint? And does that imply that we may need to think through where they're going to go?
I think I understand the question. I don't know, full funding is something that we're asking for. When you look at that dollar amount and you look at practically what happens, I don't know if you'll get to 100% reimbursement. And depending on the size of each parklet, it's going to have a variable there as to what amount of the cost can be covered. So, there's been some conversation about what is the buy-in from the business, and use the term skin in the game. Yeah, I don't know if they need it or not. If there was a whole streetscape project that was for the benefit of the whole town that expanded sidewalks and seating, it's not like that would be something that each business would have to participate in. So we're talking about an interim sort of streetscape solution that can occur very quickly and last for 5 to 7 years, while sometime down the road in the 10-year plan or whatever, we may be reevaluating the entire streetscape. But because of the pandemic and the fact that there's a recovery runway, our businesses and our membership at the chamber thinks that doing it quickly and professionally with a program that's in place is the best solution. I don't know if that answers your question, but
yeah, it kind of does. But it also brings back the question that if we accelerate and get, the parklets, you just multiply the numbers, we get it, 5 times as fast as we might have otherwise. Does that couple this with the Dixon implementation that provides parking alternatives as well? And so are those things more linked if we fully fund the parklets as is being proposed?
I would think so, and I think that's what Ms. Farwell was kind of raising that issue. If we're having a reduction in parking inventory, I think, if I remember correctly, and I don't have a mastery of the Dixon study, but I think there was some discussion on whether or not the parking on North Santa Cruz, if there was a full reduction in that parking inventory, what the impact would be from a parking compliance standpoint. I guess that's one thing. From a practicality standpoint, I think that there's a lot of options in that study that are going to really morph the way parking unfolds over the next few years. When we're talking about unlocking some underutilized inventory down on Miles Avenue or other places, or retooling how the permit parking occurs in the surrounding neighborhoods, I think what we're suggesting, as Ms. Farwell brought up, is let's advance that as much as possible. I know some things can go on parallel paths, some cannot. They have to be consecutive, and you have to look at how certain things are going to impact the rest. But to the extent that that gets advanced, it should be the parklets have to be looked in that context, that we're going to lose 30 or 40 spaces there on North Santa Cruz. So what is the quickest way to recover that? Is it to provide a temporary shuttle down to some of the other parking inventory? Is it to get the employee parking permits rolled out immediately, so we move them off the street or out of the parking lots? So I think it's a very good point, and I think we agree with that they should kind of go hand in hand as quickly as they can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Lee Fago.
Good evening, and thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, the $5.7 million grant proposal you are considering in tonight's proposal only allocates a bit more than $3.7 million to various, and I agree, worthy projects, leaving about $2 million unallocated. Considering the intent behind the federal grant, please allocate all the funds now for the purposes they were intended, besides infrastructure works projects already listed, but also to keep the town's commitment to the various organizations that provide critical services to all our citizens. For example, a very good low-cost tool for the town beyond the COVID episode: give full rent relief to all nonprofits for their rent in their town-owned property. in your town-owned property. And in particular, let's target one of the most vulnerable constituents in our town, our senior citizens. We know that about a third of the population will be over 65 in the next few years. These are folks who have been a strong part of our community for years, perhaps generations, and importantly, who have helped make our community the enjoyable place we all share. A well-managed town should provide recreation and senior services to the full community. And notably, many of our surrounding communities already do it under the municipality's expense. Los Gatos Adult Recreation acts as a gateway to provide valuable resources to these, our most vulnerable senior community members, by collaborating with other nonprofits in our town. It's impossible now during COVID challenges to provide robust services when the adult center cannot meet their current expenses and with very limited income. Some seniors are donating money to the rec center, the adult rec center, but they're still unable to meet what would become the rent that would be charged in the future. So ceasing these lease payments to the town for the East Main Street Adult Recreation Center could help them provide the basic services now necessary for our senior citizens. Also, our community deserves an upgraded and more inclusive senior community center, which provides many services that are unduplicated by any other town partner. Specifically, the facility needs to have its infrastructure updated to meet code and safety requirements. Currently, the facility is run down and in need of maintenance and refurbishment. Many of the rooms can be repurposed for additional services that could be provided to the community. The town's commitment to an age-friendly initiative requires the town government to be more vested in partnerships with those providing these services. This is an excellent opportunity to leverage such resources for best outcomes with these federal funds. Please act on this sooner rather than later, and let's put the money to use now as an investment in our community. Thank you. And keep up the good work.
And you have Mr. Fago, you do have a question from Councilmember Badami?
Thank you, Mr. Fago. There's a lot of pieces to this pie. So as far as the senior services go, I understand, the rent relief, but you mentioned updating the infrastructure and repurposing some of the rooms to engage the seniors. Do you have any recommendation out of how much money is out of the budget to allocate towards that type of infrastructure?
To be honest with you, I do not. I'm only giving you my observations. I think somebody from Adult Rec could give you more specificity. I do know that, for example, the bathrooms are not ADA compliant. I do know that they're having a number of problems with the building itself, and that any money that the town would spend into this building for these types of corrections would be money well spent and serve the community for a long period of time. But I don't have any hard numbers for you.
Thank you. And I do, acknowledge that senior services is one of our strategic priorities for the year. So thank you for your input.
Absolutely. And tonight I'm only speaking as a citizen. I'm not representing the Adult Rec Center.
Understood.
Thanks.
Next speaker, Jen Schwartz.
Hi, I'm Jan Schwartz, and I'm president of the board of New Museum Los Gatos. We heard from Amy a few minutes ago, and I want to echo her thanks to the town for all of the support that you have given the museum, and make an appeal for continued support in light of the fact that right now we cannot be open, we cannot have classes, and we don't have revenue, and we do provide a cultural center for the town, really one of the main cultural centers. I love the fact that you opened the museum with our poet laureate, really recognizing the importance of the arts. The museum is a place where we can highlight diversity. We have many examples of exhibits that have done that. Warren Chang, the artist of the fields. And our coming exhibit is high school exhibit. It is a juried show from high schools in the area, representing diverse areas. And the theme this year is Good Trouble, which is John Lewis's, explanation of what we are looking at these days. And it was really so much the subject of what this expression was tonight. I really feel like we're bringing together here some of the themes that brought the council together tonight. And the museum is looking for how we can be upstanding and how we can help and become a place where people have a voice, all people, and where we can understand diversity and come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Nancy Roulette.
Good evening, Mayor Sayoc, council members and town management. Nancy Roulette, Executive Director of LGS Recreation. I'm echoing some of the same sentiments that have been expressed a bit earlier, so I'll keep my comments brief. My letter to council under item 13 on the agenda expresses our deep thanks and gratitude to council and to town manager and our assistant town manager for the lease forgiveness that's been expended to us over this last year. Your support during this time of great uncertainty has been just a tremendous relief in our planning process for the use of remaining cash reserves. The letter also outlines the challenges that we're facing in the year ahead. And it's going to be a really important time of rebuilding for the agency, without which our financial future is uncertain. We have requested a waiver of 100% of the lease from July of 21 to June 22, and that would provide us a financial break that gives us some confidence to actually increase our staff FTEs and restore salaries so we can bring our staff back to work off of furlough and make sure that we're really making this next year as robust as possible and provide a fighting chance to stay in business. As many have commented, the agency provides an important role in the town and serves community members of all ages. And like many nonprofits, we're struggling under the hardships posed by the pandemic. Even with a future potential lifting of cohort restrictions, which we're foreseeing now with the governor's potential opening up of the state by June 15th, our business is not likely to be restored quickly. In fact, we see a slow ramp leading up to an eventual recovery as we remain as hopeful as possible. So with council's approval to waive lease fees, the support and consideration will go a very long way towards the financial viability of the agency and our confidence in making other substantial operational plans in order to sustain our future. So in closing, we're respectfully requesting that ARPA funds be used to waive it in 21, 22, and that we would enjoy continuing supporting the town. Thanks in advance for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. I see no other speakers that have raised their hand. I'll give that a second. Seeing no other hands raised, I am going to close public testimony, and I am going to bring this back to council. First, I'm going to see if there's any questions. I know Councilmember Hudis, before we lost you, you had a question. And before I give the floor to Councilmember Hudis, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with Councilmember Hudis what was discussed while he was offline. Right before you went offline, Councilmember, you mentioned that we already cured the deficit. The cure that staff has currently been given direction on is just for 2021. We've yet to receive direction for 21-22. And so that's why tonight part of the recommendation is to use revenue to cure that also.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it sounds like, well, we have a mechanism for 1 year. We haven't identified one for the second year, but we also have in ARPA a potential different mechanism for the first year that could be considered.
That's correct. Just to remind the council, previously the Finance Commission and then coming to the council recommended using the Winchester property sale proceeds, which is approximately $1.2 million, to cure what is currently estimated to be about a $1.2 million deficit for fiscal year 2021. So that being said, there had been a cure identified there. For 21-22, we had an estimate of about a $2 million deficit. Finance staff is still finishing the budget for posting on the 19th. We're recommending that whatever that deficit is, use the ARPA funds for that. But the council member raises a very good point. We had previously been given guidance to use property proceeds.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Hudis, before we lost you, you had questions. Are those?
That was the
your
question.
Great.
So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Two more questions. So we're talking about the Dixon study. Is more money needed in the budget to move forward with that? There hasn't really, I'm not completely sure money's needed.
And I'm going to ask Director Morley to help out with this part of the conversation again.
Hello again. Yeah, so the next stage for the Dixon study that has funding is associated with really around the employee permit parking and at least the beginning stages of additional wayfinding for the program. Beyond that, there is not funding in place to move forward for the recommendations. And then in terms of space needs, the Dixon study had taken a look at removing all of the parking on North Santa Cruz and what that would do to parking needs in the downtown. It really pushes the vacancy rate or the occupied rate up to 85%, 15% vacancy, which is that key threshold where it becomes very difficult for folks to find parking above that. So the idea with the Dixon study was to do phased implementation so that those spaces could be managed over time, including the wayfinding, paid parking, those kinds of efforts that would really help folks come into town and find one of the fewer spots that are available, and that would lead to further conversations about overall parking needs.
And Director Morley, are we scheduled for the meeting on the 20th to discuss some of those parking implementation plans?
Yes, that is the case.
So if I can understand that answer, we have some money to move forward with most of what was mentioned by the speakers in the Dixon plan, which is address employee parking and get some wayfinding signs going. So any additional money we could figure out in the future if we don't spend everything tonight, for example.
The missing element is that if parklets are constructed in an expansive way along North Santa Cruz and parking is eliminated, that elimination of parking is taken out of order as it was envisioned in the Dixon study, and so creates a shorter term challenge with parking.
Okay, I have another question, but it looks like Councilmember Hudis wants to follow up on that. So let me give it to him and then please come back to me.
Yeah, thank you. It is exactly that. In other words, if we wanted to implement further into the Dixon study and to implement it in half the time than we're currently planning, would that take more money?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thanks.
Then Councilmember Risto, and then I'll go back to Vice Mayor. You gave your line, you gave your chance up.
Thank you. I do have a follow on to that because having attended several of Ms. Dixon's presentations, I think another thing is, I don't know how fast, even with all the money you wanted, you could accelerate the Dixon parking study, because my understanding is it requires behavior changes. And so at least the way I took it is she had a whole list of phase one steps to do, and you don't do phase two until you implement phase one, see how it settles out, and then see what, if anything, is necessary in phase two. It is completely possible, probably unlikely, that if we implement all of the phase one steps, all of them, that includes high school parking and includes shifting residential parking, that phase two might never be necessary. We have a lot of dynamics going on right now with an increase in dining, with an increase in people coming downtown. Maybe more people will be coming than they were before when we did the study. On the other hand, as people are shifting toward Uber and Lyft again and using alternative transportation, we might have less of a parking issue. We don't know. It's a shifting dynamic, and a lot of it requires the people using the parking, their attitudes to shift and change and adapt. And so I think we would really be making a mistake to try to implement anything from phase two until we've done phase one.
So just a quick response. I believe the Dixon study was very deliberate in how it outlined the various steps, and that was important. It becomes to your point, Councilmember, it's still very potentially painful as we make adjustments without allowing for that behavior change or for folks to adjust to those changes. So certainly a consideration for the council.
Vice Mayor?
So just a word on the Dixon study before my other question. I do want to move it forward. It sounds like a lot of others want to also. One thing I want to make sure we address is the wayfinding. I experience this every time I ride my bike, because my favorite ride is to leave my house and I have to cross North Santa Cruz somehow and get off, up towards Kennedy or someplace that way. And I notice it every time. If I don't turn left at Bachman, and this is where a lot of the traffic comes into town, they're going to come in from 9 and come down North Santa Cruz, and they're going to need to turn left somewhere to get into the parking lots, because all the parking lots are on the left side. If you don't turn left on Bachman, the next street is Gray's Lane. It's closed. The street after that is one way the wrong way, which maybe you want to consider changing. Finally, you have a narrow left turn, the last street before you get to Main, right? So as the town gets more busy looking for parking, people are not going to think to turn at Bachman. They're going to go, oh, I'm not even halfway there yet. I'm going to keep going. And then they're going to get stuck and everybody's going to be trying to turn left on that last street. So I think that's going to be a disaster. So we need to think that through before we get busy. So you got my point there. So moving on to my other question, Mr. Fagot mentioned putting money into the rec center refurbishment. Is that something we can do? That I don't think that was on the infrastructure plan.
So in terms of putting money into it, you could grant money to LGS Rec and they could use it for whatever purposes they deem appropriate. I don't think we could do tenant improvements that were already there prior to COVID. And I will caution, similar to the conversation you were just having, the Dixon report and our parking issues have been well documented prior to COVID. So it might be difficult to make the argument that it's a direct result of COVID. And so once again, the language, there's not a lot there, but I would caution that any issue the town had identified prior to COVID, the federal government could make an argument that that's not a result of COVID.
I'm not the lawyer, but you might argue that part of what we've done is put in the parklets, including Grace Lane, which has now caused an issue getting to the parklets, which we need to address because of the other things we've done for COVID. So I'd say get our ass moving on, get our rear ends moving on the wayfinding.
I would concur. If you tie it to economic vitality, we probably have a stronger argument than if we just discuss it as a parking standalone issue.
And then I have one more question. When I'm looking at the letter from Mr. Foley on March 19th, which is in attachment 1, he mentions ADA reimbursements. Is there still ADA that needs to be done on the parklets? That's probably a question for Mr. Morley.
So there's the parklets are in various stages of improvement. Some of them have platforms that are at differing levels of compliance with the ADA. So we've been working with businesses to try and get them there, really making it their responsibility to get the temporary parklets to that point. The semi-permanent parklets are obviously going through a building permit process, and those are compliant.
So he's really just referring to fixing ADA for the remainder of the time that we use the temporary ones.
I believe he's referring to the cost of the platforms, and perhaps Ms. Wren has some additional input.
When we met with the businesses in March, the ask is actually twofold. In October, the town adopted a grant program where we grant matched half of the ADA platforms for parklets. What his letter was referring to, if I recall correctly, is that they're asking for the folks who actually put in the ADA platforms prior to October to receive the grant retrospectively. So there, as Mr. Morley said, we are in several stages. However, regardless of the semi-permanent program, we're asking our businesses to really be sure to make sure that these K-rail parklets are ADA accessible. And that was the grant that was approved in October by the council. So the ask is to continue that and to provide the retro pay to those who did it before October.
Okay, I do have another question, trying to understand the parklet subsidies. It's not completely clear to me. We're talking that staff's recommendation is we're buying down the engineering cost to just under $4,000, but it looks like there's still $40,000 cost for build out. So in staff's recommendation, where you're saying 20,000 per parklet, how much is left for the builder that wants to put this in? What's left for their cost? It's really just calculated what would it cost us to put in 10 or 20 or whatever the number is, but what is it costing? What's the leftover cost for the applicant?
So I can speak to the applicant or the business cost directly, and then Mr. Morley, I think, may have some information to share if we were to put it in. The information that we've received through our business contacts is that the cost was about $20,000 for the soft cost. So that was the architect and the engineer. The town's bought that down to $4,000. And to construct a 2-stall parklet on a relatively flat or not a real slope, it's about $40,000 to construct that parklet. So for a total of $60,000. Now we do know that some folks have spent more because the engineering might have cost more if they're on a hill. Maybe they did a 3-stall parklet, but what we were looking at is really that 2-stall. So the information that we were giving you was based on that. So if the $10,000 grant, then hypothetically they would have $30,000 left to cover of the construction, plus whatever the furniture or whatever else they do. And in the report, staff's just recommending that whatever our grant is, it goes towards the construction and does not go towards the temporary furniture or those types of items that may be part of the parklet program.
Yeah, just so I'm really clear then, staff recommendation, I think, is for a $20,000 grant. So it seems like in the typical parklet you described, they'd still cost them $20,000 plus the $4,000 for engineering. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions. I can make comments, but let's see if others have questions.
I don't see any. Oh, yes, Councilmember Badami.
Yes, so we were talking about some of the shifting dynamics, and one of the things that we haven't talked about is the upcoming beach traffic and how it could hamper the progress that we want to make downtown. So for staff, if we implement this wayfinding, how quickly can we get that implemented before beach traffic starts?
That's a good question. So I think we had envisioned a wayfinding as a big project. Assuming that we want to do a rapid deployment, we could look at something that is a 2-phase deployment with a rapid deployment that is more temporary in nature, with a little longer term permanent look. We wanted to do enough outreach with folks to make sure that we're meeting the needs. We wanted to do some design to make sure that it was fitting with the sign styles and was actually setting the path for signage in the downtown, that kind of a thing. We'd need to forego some of those steps that we really would take in a comprehensive system. And with that, I think it would be a 3 or 4 month project on the short side to put something in place. We'd have to figure out what the methodology is for that for a sort of an interim solution.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no other questions, I know Vice Mayor, you said you could start off the conversation.
Certainly. I'll start with, again, Mr. Foley's letter on March 19th. Lots of good ideas in there. I know it's in addition to kind of what staff said, moving forward with the Dixon study, it's sounding like we don't need any money at this time, but definitely in support of doing that. I want to have a private-public partnership on the parklets and the grants we're giving. Got to figure out what's the right amount to grant. I don't want to fully pay for them. I think that there should be some skin in the game by the businesses. We're going to be counting on the businesses to help keep these cleaned up and so forth. So I really feel like there needs to be some skin in the game. Maybe $20,000 is still too much. There was a suggestion of a loan program that still keeps their skin in the game and allows them to move forward and shows commitment. So I really want to see businesses saying, yes, they're committed to it and with some skin in the game, but I want to enable them to do that. So either increasing maybe beyond the $20,000 grant, or maybe doing it as a loan program. We'll see what the other council members say, but I like the idea of moving that forward. He also mentions the tents coming down on May 1st. I agree that the tents don't look so good, and we should be, again, that's not a budget thing, but we seem to be able to talk about those things. So I want to consider things like the tents coming down also. What else is on this?
Number one is how much to backfill our lost revenue. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, I definitely think we want to backfill our lost revenue because that gives us the maximum flexibility. I think the 3.2 million that's suggested, if I can get to the conclusion page here. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me because it frees up, our other money to do what we want with it. So we definitely want to put it, every bit we can into that bucket for flexibility's sake. I'll skip number 2 for now. And number 4 on the rent waiver, I am leaning towards we should do more than a 50% rent forgiveness, either 75% or 100% was as suggested. Let's see what the other council members say. 100% would double that clearly to 360,000, which still falls within the money. And as some speakers have said, this is what I think Mr. Fago said it, that, use the money for what it was meant for, right? And these are the types of things we're supposed to be supporting. So more money should go there. Number 5, I certainly, keeping the CUP subsidies at 50%, I think is helpful to our business community. So we want to continue doing that. I would like to have some money left over at some point to look at the infrastructure. I think investing in the storm drains doesn't look like we need to do it here. We just need to not spend all the money and then think through it a little bit more going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I think that covers everything. So we'll see what others have to say.
Thank you. And thank you for kicking off that conversation. I'm looking to the other council members. And when you feel like you are ready, please feel free to take 1, 3, 4, 5 and make a motion. I see Councilmember Risto's hand up.
Yeah, I guess I would like to hear from staff what your opinion is. If we're allocating all of the money or more than the first tranche, are we putting ourselves in a difficult situation? Because I was initially working on just trying to allocate 2.8 million.
So currently, if you look at the recommendation for revenue replacement, the 2 million for the fiscal year 21-22, while it will show up as a budgetary item, we will really have the luxury of time to see how the budget actually advances before we actually need to expend all of those funds. So some of that money is a little fungible from a budgetary standpoint. If you were to approve the additional support for the grant program, it doesn't mean all that money would be expended overnight. So once again, there will be probably a little bit of time there before all those dollars are expended. The rent waiver is something that occurs over the course of the year. What we'll do from a budgetary perspective is just not put in the expectation for any lease payments. CUP subsidies are something that will happen on a one-off basis. And then clearly the grants to any of our community support groups, that is a dollar amount that would probably go out fairly quickly. So some of the money is fungible, some of it would need to go out quickly. I think administratively we can figure it out. Hopefully the finance director is not squirming in his seat right now, but I think we could figure it out administratively to make sure that we meet the intent of how the council would like to expend some of the monies, and then how we can make it work from a budgetary perspective.
Okay, thank you. Then I think I am along a lot of the lines with Vice Mayor Rennie. I think, allocating the $3.2 million for the first item to, backfill our budget for the next 2 years. Won't talk about number 2. For number 3, I am leaning toward going with $20K per parklet as outlined by the staff. I know our businesses are hurting. We had originally set up a grant program of $10,000 per parklet, and that looked like a good helping hand. I realized that more help would be welcome, but I think doubling what we had committed to before is a lot. And, we can see how that program moves forward. I know we have more opportunities to talk about parklets, but tonight I would want to stick at $20,000. For number 4, the waiver of rent, I'm in favor of 100% waiver of rent for 2021, 2022. And for number 5, continuing that conditional use permit, 50% subsidy for $50,000. So if I could make that into a motion,
Absolutely. Could I ask you to do each one so that we'll have an opportunity? So I'm going to put you on the spot. And then the very first one, I believe, is recovery.
Right. So we'll make so it'll be one motion for each one. Okay. So I move to allocate $3.2 million to replace the lost revenue to balance the budget for 2020, 2021 and the 2021-2022 budget.
Thank you. And then, so is there a motion for that? Councilmember, I'm sorry, is there a second? Councilmember Badami?
I second that.
Okay. We have any questions on the motion? Councilmember Hudas?
I wanted to express a concern about it, that this is probably the most uncertain part. And so I'm uncomfortable about doing that as the largest and most upfront allocation. I think there's still information about what our expected revenues are and what our budget is. And I believe it would be premature to do that. That money being allocated in that use is primarily, paying salaries and not being allocated toward capital improvements. And I don't know that we need that. So I think it's, on that one, I feel like it's way too early to commit that for that purpose that's not well defined. So I definitely will not be supporting that.
Any other questions on the motion or comments? I do have a question of Mr. Andrews. So given the concern that Councilmember Hudas shared, as the 21-22 budget is being constructed, if it turns out that there are some projections that are off and that we have more refinement, what is the process so that council will be further updated on that process?
So currently finance staff is still projecting a deficit for 21-22. I believe the variable the council member is talking to is the assumptions we use for revenues going forward. If the revenues end up being better than expected, then the deficit's nowhere near what we're discussing today. And that can be handled through either a mid-year budget conversation or, throughout COVID, we've done check-ins, every quarter if we had relevant information, and so if we start to see that our projections are way off on sales tax or TOT, we would come back to council and give you a heads up that we're already seeing economic activity well beyond what we assumed. And so there will be steps along the way where if the economic rebound is better than anticipated, then those monies will no longer be necessary from a deficit perspective and they can be allocated elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hudis.
If I could just comment that I understand that we can do a mid-year budget adjustment, but we are only weeks away from wrestling this budget to the ground. So I think it would be much better to wait a few weeks before making this allocation that we have very possibly we'll have to readjust. So I don't see any urgency on it, and I don't see operating with with some of the information that we're lacking at this point is really to the benefit.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the motion. Again, we have a motion and a second. So Vice Mayor Rennie.
Aye.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
No.
And I vote aye, so it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Hudis opposed. And I now look either Councilmember Risto or someone else for number 3, which is specific to the parklet. Councilmember Risto.
I'm going to go straight along the recommendation here and move to utilize $250,000 to provide additional support to the parklet grant program. And I think refining that further, that would be a grant of $20,000 per parklet.
Okay. Do I have a second on the motion? Okay. I will second the motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, was that your hand for a second or?
I wanted to ask about adding to the motion. So maybe you want to second it and then I can ask for an amendment.
Sure, I will second the motion and then Vice Mayor.
So I wanted to ask about adding a loan program to that. And we actually haven't asked staff about whether we can actually do a loan program. So maybe staff needs to weigh in on that. But I'm asking the maker of the motion and the seconder whether they want to consider, in addition to the grant, that there would also be a loan available to help make this more doable.
Okay, and so to the maker of the motion, there was an amendment requested.
I would ask, could we consider additional work on the parklet program for the next council meeting when we discuss it? I think the parklet program is coming up for more discussion, and at this moment, I would not be comfortable creating a whole loan program in the town until we get more discussion about it. I don't want to be inflexible, but I would prefer to keep it clean and just keep it $20,000 per parklet right now with the option to look at other things in a month or whenever we're discussing it next.
That's fair.
And Ms. Pravetti, I saw you nodding, so I just want to capture if that was an affirmative, we can bring this for further discussion.
Yes, in fact, the mayor and I will be talking about our next agenda shortly, and staff is proposing to bring back the parklet program for more discussion. I think if I may, Mayor, may I ask Economic Vitality Manager Wren to just clarify a per parklet or per business grant of $20,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the staff report asked for a per business grant. That's what we had for the 10,000 as well. And the reason why we are suggesting that the 20,000 be per business is so that businesses can work together to build one cohesive parklet and demise it internally, versus if we do a per parklet program, we may end up seeing a bunch of very small, short parklets along the street, and we won't achieve such a clean, streamlined look. So the ask is per business if that's of the will of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So to the maker of the motion, was any information received that may cause you to refine your motion?
Yes, thank you. And in fact, I know exactly what those parklets look like. So I will change it or clarify it, change it to allocating $250,000 with $20,000 per business for the parklet.
With information coming back at the next meeting, correct?
Yes, with more information coming back and, adjustments as we decide after that.
Okay, it's the seconder of the motion. I also approve that refinement. Are there any questions to the motion and or comments? Seeing none, Vice Mayor,
Aye.
Councilmember Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
No, I might comment that I think it's insufficient.
Okay, and I also vote aye, and this motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Hudis dissenting with comments noted. And item number 4, the rent waiver. And so Councilmember Risto, is your hand up again?
It is. I'm tired and I'm ready to keep this moving, but I'm open to all kinds of discussion if people want that. For item number 4, I would be asking to utilize $360,000 to provide 100% waiver of rent and utilities for the town of Los Gatos, lessees New Museum of Los Gatos, the Friends of the Library, the Billy Jones Railroad, soccer and little leagues, and the Los Gatos Saratoga Community Education and Recreation for fiscal year 21-22.
Do we have a seconder? Yes, Councilmember Hudis.
I'll second that.
Okay, are there any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, Vice Mayor,
Aye.
Councilmember Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
and I also vote aye, and that motion passes unanimously. And number 5, with regard to the CUPs, Councilmember Risto.
I'm on a roll. Okay, I move that we utilize $50,000 for continued conditional use permit, 50% subsidies.
And can I have a second? Councilmember Hudis.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, Vice Mayor,
Aye.
Councilmember Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
and I'm sorry, Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Number 5, with regard to CUP, passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, I now turn the meeting to you. I will actually log off. And so I ask Ms. Pravetti to text me when it's applicable for me to attend again. Thank you.
Okay, so she's gone. So that brings us back to item number 2, which is whether we want to allocate anything to nonprofits. And there's some listed there, but I guess the question, there could be additional ones if you like. Any Councilmember Risto?
Yeah, I have a quick question because it precedes when I was on the council. Are these the nonprofits that the town council allocated money to at the beginning of COVID? Is that how these were chosen, or can you explain?
Correct. That's why they were chosen. And they're also referred to as our sustaining grants, the organizations that the town has had a history with for many years. And rather than going through the other grant cycle program, this year we established a 2-year cycle program, kind of recognizing that they're significant partners of the town.
Okay, and they kind of hit different corners of vulnerability in our community. How was $15,000 arrived at? Was that what we gave last time? And is this a repeat?
Last time you gave 10,000 each organization. This is an increase of 5,000 based on what was done in the past.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, so this is a question for staff. these nonprofits, have they contributed to the survival of our residents and the well-being of our residents during the pandemic? And are they also contributing to the recovery of the town? And if so, are there others that have been considered with that lens as well?
I'll speak to whether or not they contributed during the crisis itself, and the answer would be yes. West Valley Community Services actually took over what's referred to as isolation and quarantine for the town. Whenever we had a resident that needed to either be isolated or quarantined, instead of using a county system, which was quite frankly cost prohibitive, we reached out to West Valley and said, can you provide that service? And they have. You've heard a lot of mention about how disruptive this has been to our teens and the angst that has pervaded that demographic. And so Cassie has absolutely helped in that regard. Next Door Solutions actually deals with domestic violence, and you've read the reports of how domestic violence increased as shelter in place did not provide folks the ability to no longer remove themselves from households when they were in a dangerous situation. And then Live Oak Senior Nutrition just recently gave a presentation to the Community Health and Senior Service Commission. They went from an average of about 35 meal participants per day to about 90. And so all of these organizations absolutely helped fill gaps for vulnerable communities. In terms of recovery, these folks, their business seems to always be needed regardless of the economic environment. And so I don't know if I would actually characterize them as part of the recovery, other than they will continue to stabilize households as all of us move out of this economic.
And if I may, Vice Mayor, if I could add, in terms of recovery, one of the other services that West Valley Community Services offers is assistance with rent and food. And so to the extent that we can stabilize households through rent and food, that is part of recovery. And I just want to add that these nonprofits have been part of our community grant program for many years. So they've gone through a competitive process and have been vetted, and we have been evaluating their metrics for impact for Los Gatos specifically. If we were to expand the list, we would need to go through some other vetting process to create a level playing field for new organizations to come forward. And with time being of the essence and really wanting to make sure we get resources to those groups that are already providing services, that's the reason why this is a smaller list than you might otherwise expect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And with that information, it's clear that these are critical partners to the well-being and survival of residents in town. So I think it's a great idea.
So let me ask about, it was suggested about providing a grant to the rec center, I think, towards trying to revive senior services or something to that effect. Does any of that fall within what we can do with the ARPA funds, and does it make any sense? Do we know how we would want to specify that grant?
So that's kind of the item number 6, which is a catch-all for other council considerations. In terms of eligibility, I'll speak to that. Whether or not the council wants to make a grant, I will leave that to yourselves. In terms of eligibility, it would fall under the first item, number A, which talks about including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits. So the language is broad enough where if you wanted to provide additional funding to a nonprofit, you could. That being said, they're more of a business than a nonprofit because I believe they're a JPA as opposed to a 501c3, but the language still states businesses, and they could probably fall within that purview.
Well, probably isn't hard for us to move forward on.
And once again, these funds do not have to be spent until December of 2024. And so if council were to give us guidance that it was your intent to want to do that, we would then go and further research it. And if we found that there were impediments to that, we would come back to council. And if there aren't impediments, then we would move forward with your wish.
Okay, and I think the other part of it, if we did that, I think we want to specify what the grant was for, because we've already given them a rent reduction, right? Which is kind of free money for whatever, right? If we give them a grant, we may need to specify exactly what we're granting.
And I think specificity would also help with meeting the eligibility requirements, because clearly you're targeting a vulnerable population due to COVID.
Councilmember Risto?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess following along that, I would have concerns because the rec center itself did not come forward and request money specifically for remodeling or something. So I don't even know if we know the scope of how much money would make a difference, or if we gave them a certain amount of money and it wasn't enough to do all the project. I think once you start something, for example, being ADA compliant, everything has to be ADA compliant. And we'd be putting them in a situation, Director Morley, I'm not sure what they are asking of us, or if the rec center actually asked us for anything.
I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we do have 2 capital projects that are funded through our capital program and through CDBG dollars for work at the rec center, including flooring on the first floor and ADA compliance in the restroom on the second floor. So just so you have all of the information for the discussion.
And then I'll just speak to what they would use the monies for. I believe Director Rolette said that funding would help increase FTE hours. So for instance, I know the individual that helps with senior services, I believe he's currently somewhere below 50% hours, and probably even less than that, even though he probably works more than that. So if you wanted to tie it specifically to senior services, it would probably be increasing that individual's hours from 50% to possibly 100%.
Councilmember Risto.
I really want to apologize. It's so late. I think my brain turned off. Thank you so much for that reminder. I think I was stuck on Mr. Fago's comments about needing ADA. And so I thought that's what we were talking about. In terms of, Ms. Rolette's request, this is really important. I think we're talking about this under item number 6 then, right? So we're kind of now stepping out of, so as a matter of order, could we only discuss the part with the nonprofit so that the mayor can come back for a discussion if we're going to go into?
Is this no longer a nonprofit?
So I think if I understand Councilmember Risto, if we just make a determination on item number 2 with a recommendation, then the conversation we're having would fit under item 6, and then the mayor would be able to come back and participate in that item.
Okay, I'll leave that up to staff. It still sounds like a potential nonprofit-like allocation, but
and as a JPA, and considering the service they provide, it probably is. And even if it's not, it would probably be considered a small business. But once again, we would need to see any clarifying language that comes. But I also think if language was specific that you're trying to target an impacted, demographic, especially the senior population and isolation due to COVID, language like that would help buttress our case.
And we don't need to spend all the money tonight, so we could just make a motion on what's in number 2 now and say we'd like staff to think about this for us.
Correct. Similar to the earlier conversation where it sounds like you'd like staff to do a little research on what a loan program could look like. This is another area we could go back and do additional due diligence to see if it would fit within the eligibility categories.
So would somebody like to make a motion on this? Councilmember Risto?
Sure. I will move to utilize $60,000 to provide additional $15,000 grants to West Valley Community Services, Counseling and Support Services for Youth, CASSY, Next Door Solutions, and Live Oak Senior Nutrition.
Would anybody like to second? Councilmember Hudis.
I second.
Second. Any further comments, questions, discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Let's see, am I doing it or staff doing it? Oh, no, I'm doing it. All right, we'll start with Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And I will vote, Vice Mayor will vote aye also, so it passes 4 yeses with 1 abstention. And I think that brings us to the end of this item, and we'll ask the mayor to come back for the next item.
The mayor's returning so we can conclude item number 13 to see if there's any other direction that the full council would like to provide.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so let's now turn to agenda number 9 that was pulled from consent.
Mayor, excuse
yes.
me. I guess we just want to make sure that there aren't any other comments with respect to the potential use of the funds. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you closed the agenda item. Sorry.
Yeah, we can. If I know the council has other work to do this evening, and there was discussion about coming back on April 20th with some staff ideas around a loan program, more information around storm drainage and other eligible infrastructure, and then perhaps some additional information regarding a potential grant for Los Gatos recreation. But I don't know if all council members have had a chance to weigh in on item number 6 for this item.
Thank you. And so colleagues, are there any other items that you would like to add to Ms. Pravetti's list that she just listed? I see no others, and I see a forceful shake of the head. So I will close this agenda item. And I, again, thank you, Vice Mayor. And I now turn to agenda item 9. As a reminder, 9, 10, and 11 were pulled from consent. And so in that order, we will hear these agenda items. Number 9 is to adopt the proposed Council Policy Committee enabling resolution as recommended by the Council Policy Committee. And Ms. Neese, if you wouldn't mind providing a brief staff report.
Thank you. So as part of the Policy Committee's work plan this year, they asked to see all of the enabling resolutions for every board, commission, and committee, including the Council Policy Committee. Staff researched the records, and we did not find an enabling resolution for the Policy Committee. The Council Policy Committee did discuss the history that the staff was able to find, and we brought back this draft proposed enabling resolution, and staff is available for questions.
Very much. And Councilmember Hudas, I know that this was an item that you pulled. Did you have questions or did you have comments on the staff report?
I have questions, and I also think we need to hear from the public. I'm concerned about rushing this item because I believe that this is a fundamental change to the way the town is governed, and I want to be really careful about it. So I could start with a couple of questions, and then perhaps we could hear from the public if the public is still here to speak about it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'd like to hear your questions. Let's answer those. See if we could get some resolution to that, and then I will open to public as I do with all agenda items, and we'll bring it back to council.
Okay. So I think this is probably for Mr. Schultz, but there was a statement of purpose that was adopted in 2003. Is that still binding unless it's changed by the enabling resolution that we're going to see tonight?
So I believe the statement of purpose you're mentioning was in a staff report that had to do with a 2000 staff report that had to do with our code of conduct. I don't believe staff was able to ever find where that statement of purpose was adopted by council through a motion or through a resolution. So is it binding? It certainly was brought to council, and that was the purpose at that time in 2003. Over the years, as I've experienced the policy committee, it certainly is the roles and responsibilities of the policy committee have extended much further than that first statement of purpose. But I didn't see that statement of purpose until this afternoon, if we're talking about the same statement of purpose. And that is different than the current resolution.
Okay, so I'm concerned that we are operating without that in the staff report. The member of the public did turn it up, and I submitted it this afternoon. But really, the fundamental question is, how does the current resolution change what we've had before in the statement of purpose? What is changing there?
So the original statement of purpose dealt primarily just with policies that affected the governance of council, ethic policies, code of conduct policies, agenda format policies, the various policies that we have, and that's what their purpose was. As I stated, since I've been here for the 8 years, they certainly have taken on many more issues than just what's stated in that statement of purpose. I think the example I gave you is my very first policy committee. The council policy committee was discussing the gun shop ordinance and the allowance of gun shops. And so over the years, we've discussed many different issues other than that is stated in that statement of purpose in 2003.
That's true, that's been discussed, but was there ever a full council vote on that scope of that committee?
I do want to point out, if I may, that the record shows that in 2017, I believe it was, we brought the policy committee work plan to the full council for discussion. It stayed on consent. But as I look at that document, it included policies and discussion well beyond just the governance of the town. It included the town's purchasing policy, the idea of a strategic priorities policy, hillside guidelines, floor area ratio, formula retail, parking and seating, alcohol policy, downtown parking. So there was quite a broad breadth of items that brought forth to the full council in 2017, and that work plan was adopted by the council. Thank you.
And prior to 2017, they've been granted great latitude at looking at many different issues other than that was in the 2003 statement of purpose.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions at this point, but I would be interested if we still have anyone who would like to speak about it.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So question for staff, have we done any comparison with our neighboring communities as to the existence and purpose of a council policy committee?
So there's
I'm sorry. Why don't you go ahead?
Every single council has council subcommittees. They can range to, I think I looked quickly, and Milpitas has about 15 subcommittees. The city of San Jose has many of them. And so, yes, subcommittees of council are in every single city. They come by different names and they have different meetings, all the way from, just the diversity, equity, justice subcommittees to finance committees like we just had. If you're asking whether another city has an actual policy committee, no, I don't know if I found one that says it's a policy committee, but there's many subcommittees. They're perfectly legal.
Okay, I realize that. I mean, we have a lot of subcommittees as well, but when I did my own research, I looked at Saratoga, Campbell, Los Altos, and they didn't have a council policy committee. The only one that I could find was Mountain View, and they actually call it a council policy and procedures committee.
Yeah, that's open government is another name you'll find for a policy committee. transparency committee. I mean, you just have many different names up to what you want to name your subcommittees. And then you provide the scope of that subcommittee.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the issue is about one, Matthew was trying to get to whether, we'd gone beyond bounds or not. But I think the question is for us, how broad do we want this committee to be? And as the town attorney said, there's lots of committees. Well, that says to me there's lots of committees, but they're not all stuffed into one committee, which I think is what's sort of happening with this committee is it's becoming a put everything in it, which maybe that's a question. Do any other cities have committees where they just a committee where they do almost everything in it? Probably not. But the question I really wanted to get to is more towards maybe how it could be changed. And if I look in attachment 5, page, it looks like 149 on our iPad of the resolution. In the third whereas, it talks about all matters relating to council policies, town code, or other policy documents. My thought is, the intent of the policy committee was to try to stay to what you see back in some of the old reports, what was called the policy book. When my thought is, or question is about when we put town code there, it seems like we're now going beyond policies. And if we removed town code, how does that change the scope of this committee?
So let me just start, and I'm sure others on the staff team may want to weigh in. It's a couple of good questions there. I would just say from my experience in the city of San Jose, they have a very broad committee called the Rules and Open Government Committee that considered not only the agenda setting for council meetings and the prior redevelopment agency, but they would take up all matters of things that we would essentially in Los Gatos language call policy. So there is examples in other communities. Obviously, we're a very different size and that sort of thing, but it's not uncommon to have a committee with the kind of scope that is in the proposed resolution. I would just say that the town code is very broad. It considers everything from our administrative work to minutia. And so oftentimes policy encompasses different types of documents. Sometimes it might be a guideline document. Sometimes it's an actual council policy, which you've seen. And then other times it might require a code amendment. And I would just say that, for code amendments, we have other rules that require us to engage with other boards. So for example, when the policy committee did consider things that affected our zoning code, then by law, we had to bring those items to the Planning Commission for its recommendation prior to council action. And past policy committees have been very careful about not presuming a particular outcome at the Planning Commission in order for it to really do its work and hold public meetings and listen to the testimony, et cetera. So the policy committee is advisory to the full council. So it doesn't do anything all by itself. It examines things and then brings recommendations to the full council, but it's completely in your purview to design a policy committee for what you think our 2021 needs are in terms of keeping the business of the town moving forward.
And the reason I ask about the town code, because in my mind, policies are softer or more indirect requirements on our citizens. Code becomes very direct, becomes more like law on our citizens. And as you said, we have to bring it to the planning commission and maybe even the general plan committee and other things. So that's why I was getting at that particular piece of it. And what you're saying is, it seems to be okay to do it in the policy committee to help get it started, because it's still got to go through the process of going to these other committees anyway.
That's right. And I think for the current work plan for the policy committee, the only ordinance that I'm thinking that we're going to even talk about is cannabis, just in terms of how should we approach the cannabis question, since it was on the ordinance priority list. But in no way is the policy committee going to draft that ordinance. That's still going to be staff work. But most of the time it is policies, transportation impact policy, et cetera.
Thank you.
And I would say the question is, over the past 8 years since I've been here, what items would not have been able to go to the policy committee if in fact you didn't allow them to look at any town code? And that would have been starting what I just mentioned, the gun ordinance, formula retail. The demolition one was a very effective policy meeting where we had all the architects in the room figuring out how we should do the demolition. I mentioned formula. So you can go down a list and see where then those items no longer would go to policy committee for that first vetting of it in trying to figure out where the ideas are before they go to planning commission or come back to council.
Councilmember Hudas?
A question for Mayor. Are we planning to hear from the public on this topic?
Yes, we are, but first I'm asking all of our council members to ask their questions first. Okay. Councilmember Risto?
Thank you. So as a citizen, I used to attend the policy committee meetings probably for the last 6 or 7 years. And, I think one advantage for me, but I think for people who showed up, is that as the policy committee would look at different ordinances just to review it, it's a little less formal than a council meeting. And, the example where the architects could all weigh in, or if we're talking about a fence ordinance, I'd show up, but the people that were really into wildlife and fences would be there. And so it's just an opportunity for a discussion where anybody can be part of it, give some input. And I saw a lot of policy committee meetings where both council members didn't agree. And so those two recommendations, or where they differed, came back, or, what kind of guidance they had, and the council would vote as it, would hear the whole topic and vote as it would. I guess what I'm wondering is, finding out, as I'm on the policy committee, in our first meeting, when we realized we didn't have an enabling resolution, when, kind of as a first draft of, was the council's looking at all the different commissions, as I read it, it seemed to just be that staff put together something that essentially reflected what had been going on for the last 8 years. And so it seems like this is a step in transparency, that instead of just going along and doing what we've done, it was, how do you formalize what was happening? And certainly, if the council looks at it and decides there's things that don't make sense, or that's not what should be done, that's why it's before the town council.
So, Councilmember Risto, this is question time. So do you want to turn that into a question of either staff?
So I guess, I'm so sorry. So I guess what I want to ask the staff is, when you drafted this, what did you draw upon to create the enabling resolution that the mayor and I then reviewed at our meeting?
I looked at other enabling resolutions for other boards and commissions and what the work plan had been for the last several years for the committee, and drafted that in this enabling resolution. And then the town manager reviewed it and made some edits to it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudas?
Question of staff. Was there an original version of this enabling resolution that was submitted to the policy committee? And was there then public comment expanding its scope? And was that enabling resolution then adopted?
So the policy committee didn't adopt the resolution. They're just forwarding a recommendation for the council to adopt it. So there was a prior version to this. There were just some minor modifications after public testimony was received. And that's part of the attachment to the staff report that went to council. It's one of your attachments to this staff report.
Okay. I would ask the town attorney whether he would consider it a minor modification to move from the original language that was reviewed to what is now being presented that encompasses all town policies.
Yes, the changes that were made from when it went to policy that's in front of you now were minor wordsmanships and still did not change the scope or the duties or responsibilities of the policy committee from the first draft to the draft that's in front of you now.
Are there further questions? Okay, so I will open public testimony. Those in attendance at this hour is welcome to speak on this item. Former Mayor Marcia Jensen, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, almost. It's been a very interesting evening. I want to compliment all of you for your grace as you listened to the first item and listened to the speakers on the first item. It was a difficult thing to listen to, and I think that you all comported yourselves amazingly, as did the panel. So thank you for doing that. I'm still sitting here at 11:45 because I care deeply about the policy committee. It is one of the most effective committees in the town. It is one of the most participatory committees in the town. As Councilmember Risto said, it operates as a roundtable, much like the democracy tent, where issues get to be vetted initially, effectively, and with those who deeply care about them and who are experts, such as the architects. The agenda for the policy committee is set as at a public meeting of the policy committee, but is guided by the strategic priorities that are developed by the council. The policy committee never does something that does not go to another body. There is no usurpation of power. Land use issues go to the planning commission. Bikes and trails, as it was then known, we used to ask for their input. Arts committee members came, the Chamber of Commerce came. People interested in the hillsides would come, and we would sit at the table and talk without 3-minute limits on issues that mattered. And as there's 3 council people I can see here who have served on this committee and know how effective it is. There are 2 council members here who were on the planning commission who know that of the many times that they've weighed in on things that are brought as recommendations by the policy committee, often with a split vote. So I ask you, at this hour, this is an easy one. You've had a difficult time tonight, but this is an easy one. This is an effective committee. It does not operate by any stretch beyond the realm of the expected government of the town. It is public in every respect. It's not governed by any particular person, and everything gets looked at again and again. Look at the good things that have come out of it that people bring to it. That we are looking at and have talked about tonight. Outdoor seating, entertainment. The poet mentioned the guitar in the park couldn't happen unless we did the recommendation through the policy committee. Below market price housing, there was an issue where of traffic impact fees where one of the preschools in town closed down. Mothers came and said to the policy committee, can you please help us? That's how it got before the council. So this is an incredibly valuable vehicle for the town. That is not a problem. I have not heard anyone or read anyone who argued that the policy committee had done something bad, or that they disagreed with the recommendation, or that somehow it had imposed its will somewhere else. So please, please, please adopt the resolution. It's an easy one. Good night.
Questions? Mr. Fago.
Well, good evening. First, I have to say that I'm very positively impressed by the engaging conduct of the current 2 policy committee members. It's a good start to this term, so thank you. Also, the process is often almost like a workshop format with good open discussions and very inclusive, so way to go. To help the Council Advisory Committee to be more effective with oversight and focused directions, I am, however, proposing some changes to this proposed charter. Please add to this Policy Advisory Committee's charter a formal process as part of the council priority setting that is done early in each year to reach out to our citizens and other community groups, such as the Chamber of Commerce, senior services groups, and other organizations, as well as the general public, to help gain both insight to community needs and also gain resources and perspectives from such constituent groups. Then formalize in this committee's charter the process to develop an annual work plan, which will outline all tasks the committee will address, and the work plan shall then be approved by the town council to ensure the committee's work is aligned with the council's annual strategic priorities for the year. And citizen engagement gives good communication in both directions. Currently, we have quite a number of committees and commissions. I think there's 16 in town now that do have many of our townsfolk who volunteered as committee members, many with very related experiences and with other multiple council members are all working in a focused manner for all of us. Please formalize the process of annually reviewing how each committee is progressing against their charter and the goals the councils should give them annually. Also, the policy committee could deal with items the policy committee learned from the community that is not on the charters of the other committees, and perhaps determine if there are other resources that could help focus on those items, including possibly proposing to amend some current committees' charters to take on such new issues or members. This will help to get council's perspective, not just to what is going on, but also what else to achieve and how to move forward, and have citizens help in doing some of the actual work, and then observe and report back how we are progressing as a community. And please schedule additional study sessions with citizen engagement to further learn how to move forward together with more diversity and tolerance within our community. Again, thanks for the good work that you guys have been doing. Keep it up, and I salute you all for being here at this time of the day. We're gonna have to change the agenda to, I think this was supposed to be a meeting on April the 6th, and now it's almost the 7th.
I see no other hands raised, and so I am going to close public testimony. I bring this back to council, see if there's any questions. If there's no other questions, comments, and ultimately a motion. I see no questions. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I have a question for our town manager, and that is with the City of San Jose, with their Rules and Open Government Committee. Was it comprised of council members that were appointed by the mayor? Did it involve citizens of the town? Can you describe the format for me?
Sure. It was a council committee. So the seated voting members were all council members. I believe there were 4, and San Jose has 10 council members plus a mayor, so there's 11 of them. But as I recall, it's about a 4-member committee. It was a public meeting. It was a Brown acted meeting, but the citizens, there were no citizens on the committee, no citizens having voting rights. And then staff of all the departments would, and of course the attorney's office, all supported that committee because almost everybody was touched by the Rules Committee.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no other questions, I'm going to make some comments. Again, I think it has been shared that the policy committee in no way, in any form, takes away power, perceived power, real power from any other council member. We make recommendations on policies that go to the respective governing boards. As evidenced today, even with the Arts and Culture Commission, we have given them their own enabling resolution and asked them to participate without making any changes or presuming any changes to anyone's purview. I think the work that has been discussed, whether it's this year or in previous years, has always gone back to council. An example this year is the DEI that we have said is a strategic priority, developing a work plan that comes back to this council for full review. So while I appreciate the conversation, I always believe it's important that every single committee member advocate that people attend their meetings. Study sessions are being done at a council level because I think it's more important that the full council have these study sessions rather than limit it to committees. And with that, I'm actually going to move us along and make a motion that we approve agenda item 9 as is, and I look to a second. Councilmember Hudis?
I just want to point out that other members of the public have raised their hand to speak on this and have not been acknowledged.
Mayor, they raised their hand after you closed public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but I closed public comment, and I do want to move us along as it is midnight. So again, I'm looking for a second. Councilmember Risto?
I will second the motion.
And are there any questions or comments to the motion? Councilmember Hudis?
I have a number of comments that came from conversations, including with some people who were not able to speak tonight, possibly due to the late hour or the pace at which the meeting is moving.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I interrupt for just a moment? Since it is 3 minutes to midnight, we'll need a motion to continue the meeting past midnight.
Okay, and Mr. Schultz, remind me my Robert's rules. I have a motion on the floor. Can I make another motion just for the time extension?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So can I have a motion for a time extension, please? Councilmember Hudis?
I move to extend the time for 30 minutes.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Risto, call the question. Councilmember Badami for 30 minutes.
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. And so we are going until 12:30 at the latest. And so let's resume the conversation. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember Hudis, you had some comments?
Yeah, so I wanted to convey some comments from the public who reached out on this, and I think some of them have reached out to other members of the council as well. I think that first of all, I want to say that I agree that this policy commission, as it's formulated, has been a very effective very effective for the town, particularly the aspect of the informal ability to discuss issues and for citizens in our small town to bring issues and get the direct attention of council members. The concerns have to do with the expansion of scope of this committee. And I want to just say that I believe that there have not been any egregious issues with this committee because of the integrity and concern on the part of the council members who have served on it. However, I believe that as it's drafted, this resolution allows for the possibility that in the future, a council member could essentially weigh in twice on townwide policies. And if it were taken in this way, it would create almost a two-tiered council on important issues. And it would, in that case, also tend to sidestep our boards and commissions and committees, some of which are required to hold hearings and deliberate on items such as land use. An example of this was given at the discussion at the last policy committee meeting on the Los Gatos Boulevard plan. A perfect example of a land use item that should be considered by the Planning Commission and the General Plan Committee. This then requires residents to appear at an extra hearing or two may not be convenient or aware of these forums. And the residents who do volunteer their time for our existing boards, commissions, and committees volunteer and become well-versed in the topic at hand and are perfectly able to conduct a public hearing and develop a recommendation. And so this essentially gives two council members the ability to make a recommendation and then later consider it. And I think that there's a simple way to deal with that issue. And that is to differentiate between the items that are the scope of existing or standing boards, commissions, and committees. And in those cases, the policy committee should hear them, and refer them to the board commission without making a recommendation. But for those items that are not within the scope of standing boards, commissions, and committees, which in the staff in its own report has called council operations, then the policy committee should consider them and make a recommendation to the deciding body, which is typically the council. And for a number of reasons, it would be more effective to have the policy committee make recommendations in that arena where there is knowledge and but not within the area where existing boards, commissions, and committees are tasked to serve the public. A couple other points. Mr. Fagot brought up the idea of a work plan that I think would be a good way for the council to engage in the scope of this. And again, I have no issue with the current committee, but it could, without that review, it could be used by a council member to address items and to essentially weigh in twice. So I also think that with the sparse notes that are passed on to committees and commissions as well, that could be improved as a matter of improving this. So I think that with that improvement, this would be a more acceptable and more productive way that would avoid the possibility of overstepping in the future, which I think is very much a possibility with the breadth of scope and actually with some of the language that I can address as well. For instance, in the second paragraph, the whereas, it says that the council policy committee shall identify areas, etc. And then it says amending them when necessary and rescinding them when appropriate. I believe that is way beyond recommending amendments or recommending areas. And I think that if that language exists, I think it'll put this resolution into direct conflict with the role and policy of the council itself. I don't believe that the committee should amend or rescind anything. So I think that there are challenges with this as it's drafted, and I think they could be fixed through consideration of some of the ideas that have come from the public. And I believe there are probably other members of the public who would like to weigh in on this if they had the opportunity.
Councilmember Risto?
I want to ask a quick question of staff, because my understanding, now that I'm hearing Councilmember Hudes talk about rescind and amend, my understanding was those were verbs that were used for looking at policies and the types of actions that might be recommended. So if you see a policy, it wasn't just that you'd comment on it. If there was a part of an obsolete policy that needed to be rescinded, that was just a discussion that we might make a recommendation to rescind or amend. So now I want to make sure that the language in the enabling resolution is clear, because I believe that was the intent.
And that was staff's intent as well, since that was part of the public testimony that came forward at the policy committee when it considered the draft resolution. So I think if it's okay with the town attorney, since we do have a motion on the floor, if the motion could have a friendly amendment, that staff would clean that up to make it very clear that the policy committee would only be recommending potential amendments or rescissions, if that's an acceptable approach. But I would defer to the town attorney on that process.
Mr. Schultz?
We certainly could clean it up further. The resolution, enabling resolution states, I think in the following paragraph, I'm just trying to find it again and get it back up. It says it's an advisory body and will make recommendations to council. So I think it's already clear. We certainly could clear up that issue even further.
Okay, Councilmember Risto, you had your hand up.
I was going to say, yeah, I just want to make sure that that is crystal clear, that everything we do is only a recommendation, that we're kind of a review body. So,
okay. And Councilmember Hudas?
Yeah, I would also just point out that considering this without having been provided the statement of purpose that for all purposes is the direction of council, I think it's premature. I think that statement of purpose needs to be considered the original statement of purpose that lists the subject areas that would be considered should have been provided to the council before looking at this. I think the staff report is very incomplete in missing the one paragraph that defines the role that was adopted by the council.
And so as the maker of the motion, we do have a motion. I will accept the friendly amendment that was suggested that further refines the second whereas, that further clarifies that any changes are always suggestions and advisory that comes back to the full council. A seconder? Do those refinements are appropriate? Any other questions or comments to the motion? I'm going to call it Councilmember Badami.
No.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Rennie.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
No.
And I also vote aye. It passes 3-2 with the suggestions that were contained. Thank you. And if we can move to agenda item number 10. This item was also pulled. It authorizes the town manager to issue a request for proposal to hire a consultant to assist with the town's justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion work plan. And so Ms. Pravetti, I turn to you.
Yeah, just very quickly, I want to thank our public because it was at the policy committee on March 23rd that a member of the public suggested that the town may want to seek consultant expertise to assist us in implementing and refining our own work plan around justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And while it would have certainly been within my authority to just go ahead and issue such a document, I wanted to make sure our public had an opportunity to see it, as well as the full council. Thank you.
Any questions to the staff report or the RFQ that is attached? Seeing none, I will open public testimony, and Lee Quintana, please.
Mayor, she's using an older version, so I will need to promote her.
Okay. Ms. Quintana, you had your camera on. It's off now. Can you hear us? Okay, so it looks like your mute button's off, so can you
Okay.
speak? Perfect.
Yeah. At the last policy committee, there was public comment on public participation or regarding public participation in matters concerning the Jedi. That was not reflected in the current staff report. What bothers me about this particular item is that it again goes back to the policy committee rather than involving an independent committee or this is hard for me because part of what I was going to say in the last hearing, which I did raise my hand as the mayor was saying, are there any other people who wanted to speak? And apparently I don't move fast enough. So I see these two items as connected because there was a strong presence at the last policy meeting where both the public and the Chamber of Commerce were asking to be able to participate in these areas. And I am not opposed at all to hiring a consultant. I think that the RFP is rather vague, but the idea is good. But I do think that given that the public would like to participate, the chamber would like to participate in these things, and that the current draft of the general plan in its implementation section asks for a committee to address these issues. So those are my comments for this at this time.
Any questions to Ms. Quintana? Seeing none. Catherine?
Good evening one last time, Council. Interesting that Lee just brought that up. I sort of noticed that as well, actually, at the last policy committee meeting. So I'm definitely in support of hiring an expert to come in and guide you all on, how to meet some of these challenges that are clearly facing us. But I did just want to, I've talked to some of you council members, but I wanted to address you all and let you know that, the chamber is launching a multi-year, multi-dimensional DEI campaign later this month, which is entitled Listen, Learn, Change, Grow. And soon you'll be seeing the street pole banners flying all around the town, announcing just that. And we've been working with multiple partners on this project to the point that we have now organized our own kind of loose DEI committee. We pulled together all the partners who've been working on this so that we can strategically work on the various components of this campaign and set really a great course of action. So I hope the town will consider us and encourage your consultant, whoever it is that you hire, to work with our committee as well. I think that collaboration is going to be key if we're going to be successful in this endeavor. Working in silos, as we know, and not as partners really doesn't work. So our DEI campaign is probably a little broader in scope. I mentioned this earlier in my comments, but I do think they encompass the same values, of course. Education is probably the biggest component of any DEI initiative. And ours does not solely focus on racial equity. And I said this earlier, there are other groups that feel clearly disenfranchised or alienated due to whatever identifier it is. And so we hope that we're really just opening hearts and minds and inviting the residents of Los Gatos to listen, to learn, to grow and then to ultimately change, and whatever that means. So I really hope that you guys will consider us a partner in this DEI initiative that you're taking on, and that we can get a little perspective and maybe a little help from your person you're hiring as well.
Alicia?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yep. Good morning.
Okay. First, thank you so much for staying awake and doing all of this. But I just wanted to echo what Catherine had said. I have spoken with Catherine about these issues. I also was there at the meeting that Quintana is speaking of. Being a person of color that lives in Los Gatos and going to that meeting, I have to be honest and say that the entire everyone that was on that committee that was there to discuss diversity, it wasn't diverse. I think it's important that whenever you're uplifting the voice of people of color, that we hear voices from people of color. To say that, to almost hear something that sounds similar of gatekeeping when we're trying to discuss diversity is a little bit disheartening. I don't understand why the chamber wouldn't be included, or why the public wouldn't be included. And so I really, really hope that, I think that Laurel was really smart in trying to get someone that had expertise in this and get them to speak with us, because it's clear that there's conversations happening regardless of whether it will be through government or not. This is touching people's lives. It is something that is very important to all of us. One thing that I said whenever I was at the meeting is that I really hope that the people that were in the committee there that were going to discuss the possibility of a diversity and equity and inclusive committee, is that they are dedicated for possible generations, because it has taken us generations to get to this problem where we are at right now. So it could possibly take a really long time for us to untangle these issues. And I said to them that right now, this topic of being able to discuss taboo subjects such as racism is trendy, but to me, it's not trendy. To people who are minorities, it's not trendy. So this is something that is not going to go away. And it's what Los Gatos needs to really just look in the face and handle. And please help us have a voice in a community that we also care about, and that we also deserve and belong to have our voices be heard. So I hope that Laurel does get that person to come in and have some expert advice, because after listening to our conversations that we had earlier, I think we all really need it. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much for being awake.
Alicia, you have a question? Councilmember Hughes?
Yeah, I may have missed it, but you referred to a committee meeting that had essentially no diversity. What committee was that?
It was the planning committee that I had recently gone to. It was just a couple of days ago. It was the one that Quintana was referring to as well. And it in it, they had discussed the possibility of a DEI. And they were I had asked them if they were willing to have these conversations, because it was a 20-year plan. Actually, Maria was there as well. But I had asked them if they were willing to have the conversation that we were needing to have about, race in our community, and how thank you, Maria. Maria, maybe if you can help me right now.
I believe it was the General Plan Advisory Committee update. And
yes.
They were discussing the diversity, equity, inclusion.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And while we were there, I'm looking at the people that were there. I had one person say that they knew it was politically incorrect to say it, but that Los Gatos used to be a welcoming town. Now, I think that if you asked other people who were different ethnicities, that they might have a different viewpoint. I would have to say, for me personally, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I do agree, and I do see with what that person was trying to say, and that the subject of race and being open with the racism has gotten worse with our last president. So I understood what she was trying to say, but it's not that it hasn't been racist here in Los Gatos. I mean, I know the history here. It's not that it hasn't had racism. It's more that it's just people have become more vocal. The people that were on the committee, I didn't see any diversity. It was either white or white passing. It was frustrating because while that person said that, and I understood what she was trying to say, I felt like there was just not really something that a lot of them really understood of being a minority here. Another person had said that they.
And Alicia, I'm sorry, but I do need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's totally fine. I understand. It's late. It's late.
I believe you answered it. Real quick, Ms. Neese, you have your hand up?
Yes, I was just going to let you know that it's 12:22.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I'm going to now ask David Weissman to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Good morning.
Yes. I would like to express my outrage that at the beginning of item number 9 at 11:30, after listening for 4.5 hours, I did raise my hand. There is no feedback on Zoom as to whether or not my hand is acknowledged and seen by Shelley. When the mayor called for any more comments on item 9, it seems like both myself and Ms. Quintana both clicked again, and we were acknowledged and we were seen by Shelley. It seems to me there would have been no harm in letting us talk, even though the mayor had closed the public hearing in a manner which was a little quicker than she normally does. She normally gives us a couple seconds. And yeah, I had some valuable things to input, and it's just very frustrating to hang on to be listening for that long a time and to not be acknowledged for what I think is not my fault. And who knows where Zoom was. That's all I have to say. I don't have a comment on item 10, but I have no other way to reach you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Any other participants that would like to speak on item number? I don't even know what number we're on. I apologize.
10.
I do want to
Item
extend
10.
an apology to Mr. Weissman and Ms. Quintana. I genuinely did not see your hands raised when I called for the end of public testimony. Yes, I am trying to get us through. We have been working since 5 a.m. Personally, I think many of us just want to go through the items, but it is in no way meant to be disrespectful or slight and minimize your comments. So I give you my apology, and I now close public testimony. I bring us back to the public agenda item that is at hand and look at any questions from council. And if there are no questions, is there a motion on the RFQ that's before us? So, Councilmember Badami.
I'll make a motion. I move to authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals to hire a consultant to assist with the town's justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion work plan.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Yes, Councilmember Risto.
I second.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the motion? Vice Mayor.
I have a little bit of issue with the comments in the discussion section. It says So this is a work plan for staff. Basically, we're approving a work plan for staff, which it seems like we wouldn't necessarily normally approve a work plan for staff. They would just do it on their own. But we're doing it because we want to, highlight the DEI and or JEDA, whatever we're calling it now. But I question it, if this is so important, the last paragraph before the conclusion says progress is going to be brought back to the policy committee. If this is so important, why are we bringing it back to the policy committee rather than bringing it back to council?
Okay, is there staff that would like to answer the question? And if I seen, unfortunately, I think our town manager has stepped away. I'm going to try and see if we can bring resolution to this issue to the maker of the motion and the seconder. Would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment to bring it back to the full council for consideration?
Yes, I would be amenable to that amendment to bring it back to the full council.
Same here.
Okay. Any other questions or comments to the motion? Okay, so let's call it. Vice Mayor Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, and this passes unanimously with an amendment to bring it back to the full council. And we now move to item number 11.
Mayor?
Yes.
It's 1227.
Okay, council members, I'm going to look to you. We can either extend this time or we could bring item number 11 back to another council meeting. And so I look to the council for what you would like to do. Councilmember Risto?
I move that we extend for 10 more minutes.
Okay, do I have a second? Councilmember Hudis?
Second.
Okay, Vice Mayor, on the motion for 10 more minutes?
Yes.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
I also vote aye. We are going until 12:40. And so again, let's look at item number 11, which was pulled from consent. It's a resolution denouncing hatred and violence toward diverse Los Gatos communities. Staff report, if need, does anyone need a staff report? Mr. Andrews.
Holly, if you are still in attendance, I see your name. I know that you worked on this. If you could just give a brief update.
And Mr. Andrews, if not, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And so I'll just ask my council colleagues, do you have any questions on either the intent, the staff report, or the resolution itself? Seeing none, I'm going to go to our attendees, those in attendance. If there's any questions or comments to the resolution that's before us. Seeing no comments or hands raised, I now go back to our council. Would anyone like to make a motion? Yes, Councilmember Risto?
Yes, I move to adopt the resolution denouncing hatred and violence toward diverse Los Gatos communities.
Okay, and Councilmember Badami, I did see your hands raised. Would you like to second the motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Are there any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, let's call it. Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
I also vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously. We're now at 12:30. Council, thank you very much. We have been working together since 5. I thank you for your time. Staff, thank you for staying with us. Those in the public, thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Good night.
Good night.